Welcome.
Welcome, welcome.
The season winding down here, Grant. Playoff seedings of the utmost importance.
You know, BA, you especially see the bubble teams giving that extra effort now. It's all hands on deck. Very little room for error.
A look at the opening lineup for Washington. We've got Jordan Poole. He's out there with Bilal Coulibaly. Sarr out there with Chris Middleton. And it's Champagnie at the four-man position. Now here's Murray. Back to Gordon. Shot clock at 5. Brown passes to Watson. Here's Jokic. Rebounded by Champagnie. It's Poole on the wing. Launches a three. On target from range.
And Poole is a guy that feels very comfortable operating beyond the arc.
Murray against Poole. Murray passes to Jokic. And there's Murray. That one's good. On the assist by Jokic.
Just taking it right to the rim, and no one was there to greet him.
Once he gets in deep on the defense, there is no way from foul.
And while Nikola Jokic has lots of years left in this league, he's already an all-time great, Grant.
You know, BA, not many guys have won multiple MVPs and a title, but Jokic has already accomplished so much. And with his size and skill set, Jokic can be elite for a long time and add to that impressive resume.
And from the sideline, let's catch up with Allie.
I briefly spoke with Michael Malone. A big topic of conversation, Chris Middleton. Coach said Middleton is an incredible shooter. He said we cannot let him get comfortable. Shoot it directly off passes. Our goal, run Chris off that three-point line. Chris Middleton, hard to stop. Guys.
Okay, thank you, Allie.
Now, if you're the defense, you can't allow Middleton to heat up out there. I mean, he can be so efficient from long range.
Jokic with a screen on Poole. Murray from outside. Rebounded by Champagnie.
Far from an ideal start, only 1 for 5. Let's see if they can turn it around.
Pass to Middleton. From outside the arc. And again, it's Washington with a three.
You don't want to let him get into a rhythm from out there.
Denver has gone 0 for 3 from downtown. Murray deciding where to go with it. Sweet little floater.
Well, that's what the great ones do. That's a tough shot, but Murray makes it look easy.
Here's Poole. Up and in on the layup. Poole's got 5 points.
I love this approach. Getting him involved early, and it's already paying off.
Yeah, well, his offensive contributions are going to be very important in this game. So it's good they've already got him in a rhythm.
And here are the Nuggets now. Following the score by Washington. It's blocked.
What I like about Sarr as a shot blocker, he can do it anywhere on the floor.
Poole, the pass to Champagnie. Outside Coulibaly. Here's the three. And again, it's Washington with a three.
When you let a team knock down that many threes, you know you're likely to be on the wrong side of a run.
They've been having major problems offensively.
Definitely in a bit of a dry spell.
Pass to Jokic. Rebound Washington. Boy, this team is on a heater right now. 16 wins in a row, and they've shown no signs of slowing down.
Well, just to be able to be on the call and see these guys in person is a real treat. They've been the talk of the NBA during this streak. The question now becomes, can they sustain the focus and level of intensity? They are looking quite comfortably in control, so it's going to be interesting to see.
And again, it's Denver missing. Wizards leading by 10.
And the way he can twist and turn, it's not easy to stay in front of Poole when he's at the rim.
Washington shooting their first free throws of the night right here. That free throw no good. And a new group getting ready for the Nuggets. John Collins checked in for Nikola Jokic. Chanchar comes in for Watson. Strawther's checked in for Brown. And it's Westbrook in for Jamal Murray. Grant, the Denver Nuggets have been on quite the run here in this window of time.
Yeah, B.A., it's all working for Denver in recent years. This is a well-constructed team that they play as a unit, and it makes it so difficult to try to get the best of them.
And he's still scoreless in this quarter. And at this point, they can use every point they can get.
And it's Westbrook with the ball for the Denver Nuggets. 11-point game. A tough loss coming against the Lakers in their last game played.
I really think the nail in the coffin was their missed free throws. That's usually an ominous sign.
Yeah, and it can be deflating when you leave all those points at the line. But it generally is a make or miss lead.
To the middle. Here's Strawther. And no good. Trying to get that one to fall. And that does it for the first quarter. It's Washington up 9. And back in a moment as we'll get underway with quarter number 2. And so far through one quarter, it's been a lopsided game. We'll see if that changes here in the second. And let's take a moment to get your take, guys, on the scoring so far for Washington.
Well, the thing about hitting early threes, it spaces the floor and makes things a lot easier offensively.
And another thing, they found the open man. Really playing unselfish basketball, moving the ball around there on the perimeter.
And so in the game for Washington, we've got George. Chris Middleton is out there with Marcus Smart. Then it's Rashawn Holmes. And it's Kispert in at small forward. Here's Collins. Pass to Strawther. Here's Tyson. And that one is stuffed right through.
The big-time throwdown.
Check him out. Keeps the grip on that rim after the finish. A little extra emphasis. Now here's Holmes. Smart finds Holmes. And here's Kispert. Takes a three. Count it. 1 for 1 to start the game.
You know, if his shot isn't available, Middleton is moving the ball, and he's a pretty skilled passer.
Westbrook against Smart. And so he draws the foul, headed to the line to shoot a pair. They'll pin that on Chris Middleton. And Stan, they always say, for a player, confidence is such a big part of it. How can a coach instill that in a player?
Well, as your coach, I think your job is to create a system that the players believe in and they believe they can have success in. The rest of it has to come from inside of the players. They have to believe in themselves.
I mean, the versatility of Middleton. Not just a scorer, also a solid passer and distributor.
Let's go to the 2K leaderboard. We look at the last month's premier teams on the fast break. The Wizards, 2nd, 4th. Denver.
It's been fun watching these two teams push the pace in transition. These are two squads that love scoring and do it as quickly as possible.
Nuggets trail by 12. Westbrook. And that one's long. Washington has gone 1 of 2 from deep in the second quarter. Collins with the rebound. And Denver shooting only 27% for today's game. To the inside. And Gordon with the big finish.
Well, Gordon is known for his athleticism, and he loves rising up to throw it down.
Now here's Brogdon. He's guarded closely. Middleton from the outside. Offensive board.
Started out strong from three-point land. Hit 2 in the first quarter, but he's gone dry since.
The shot by Brown, no good. Wizards leading by 10. Smart passes to Kispert. Now Middleton. Let's go with a three. That shot off the mark.
Just imagine if he was shooting better. The lead would be even bigger.
Down low. Here's Gordon. That's good. And so Westbrook with the assist. Gordon's got 4 points in the quarter.
They have no answer defensively inside.
And we've got a timeout from Brian Keefe. And we might see some changes. Coach potentially looking to adjust. Jokic is checked in for Denver. Jamal Murray comes in for Strawther. A big group substitution here for Washington. Sarr's checked in for George. Champagnie comes in for Kispert. Coulibaly, he's checked in for Malcolm Brogdon. And it's Jordan Poole in for Smart. Gordon outside. Back to Murray. Pass to Jokic. Shoots over Sarr. And there's the rejection. Driving to the basket.
Nice one-handed jam. Simple and effective, B.A.
Hey, with the lead, I'm surprised he didn't come up with something a little more creative. Inside. Here's Gordon.
Wow.
Oh, and that one, no question, powered it down.
He is an all-world dunker. Gordon with the monster jam.
And that was our AT&T 5G Slam Cam, bringing you the sauce. Now here's Poole. He's got 6. Oh, what an effort by Poole.
And just executing at a high level. I mean, taking what the defense allows and putting in the work.
Yeah, come on. They're just having their way out there and continuing to press the advantage.
Got a piece of it. Outside Coulibaly. Middleton outside. Fires for 3. Drops in the 3. Middleton's got 9.
And what's working here, each guy is willing to make the next pass.
55 seconds left.
Competitive nature.
Poole with the ball. And Jokic picks him up defensively. Pass to Coulibaly. Poole outside. Now here's Coulibaly. Just 4 to shoot. Out of bounds. It'll go to the Nuggets.
Yeah, what a disconnect. Sloppy play like that is something they can expect to come up in the film session.
Watson, he's checked in for Denver. And a change for the Wizards. Kispert's checked in for Middleton. Back to Murray. Three-pointer. It's rebounded by Washington. Sarr's got 4 rebounds now. Poole gets it in close.
Yeah, and it seems like he's getting more comfortable with each bucket.
Murray for 3. Counted from distance. Murray's got 6 here in the quarter.
Sometimes it's simple. Put the ball in the hands of your scorers and let them do what they do best.
And so it's the Washington Wizards, now holding a 12-point lead at quarter's end. The hustle they've shown on defense has been tremendous. All right, Allie's ready to go. She's courtside. Hey, Allie.
I'm with Coach Mike Malone.
Thank you, Allie. Good stuff. We will be right back after this break for the beginning of the third quarter.
Good evening, everybody. Can you guess what we're starting the show with? Wow, you guys are good. Time for the power rankings.
Looking at the Nuggets, headed down the final month of the season. At this point, they are who they are, a middle-of-the-pack club.
Yeah, decidedly average. Maybe they'll turn the corner late. Who knows? We've seen it happen. Let us take some time now to talk about the first half. A commanding performance for the Wizards.
I have some research here that might explain everything. Apparently, 3 is more than 2. They keep making threes. That's why they're ahead.
I can't even begin to tell you how profound that was, big fella. And that'll do it for us. Thanks for stopping by. We'll head back down to Brian Anderson and crew for the start of the third quarter.
And with the second half upon us, we'll find out if this game becomes the rout that it's threatening to be. One of the stories here, Jordan Poole. Man, is he getting it done today.
What makes him an exciting player is the ultra-aggressive mindset that we saw over and over in the first half.
Yeah, he hasn't been settling. He's getting to the rim, and that's him at his best.
And so it's Poole who brings up the ball for the Wizards. At one point, they led by 16. Gordon and Jokic together in the middle. Pairing up in the backcourt, Murray and Brown. And it's Watson in at the small forward position. That's the group in the game for the Nuggets. And keeping us updated from the sideline, Allie LaForce.
We know Nikola Jokic is a natural, but that's not all. Coach Malone said it's too bad that people can't peek behind the curtain and see how hard Nikola works. He understands that there's no magic formula. Yes, he's incredibly gifted, but it's his work ethic that's great. Brian?
Well, Allie, talent only gets you so far. He's got both.
I love seeing a player pass up his own shot to create a great look for a teammate.
Gordon outside. Outside Watson. Lets it go from deep. And it's Coulibaly with a rebound. Washington leading by 16. Middleton with it. And Jokic picks him up defensively. Fires the three. Hits the three-pointer. Coulibaly's got 6.
They are on fire to start this second half. 3 for 3 and looking totally in sync.
And timeout is called by Michael Malone. He wants to give him a breather and talk things over. And here in the second half of play, we're just over a minute in. Murray passes to Watson to end the run. And he got the whistle on the way up. So he'll be headed to the line for a pair. Well, Coach, there's an interesting story about Watson's draft experience.
Yeah, the story is, Brian, that the Nuggets were willing to trade to move up to get him. That's how much they thought of him. They weren't able to do that, but they were able to get him with the final pick of the first round anyway.
This goes to show you how important scouting is.
And luck.
All right, Coach, what are some qualities you're looking for in a lead guard?
Well, look, you want a guy that can make plays, that can control the game. When I first got into the league, people thought about point guards as traditional pass-first guys. But now it means more than that. You want a guy who can make plays, whether it's for himself or for his teammates.
Jokic gets the bucket.
And they get one to fall. Now 1 for 4 to start the third quarter.
And we've got a timeout from Brian Keefe. He's going to talk it over with his guys. All right, a moment to check out some numbers for Nikola Jokic. Third quarter of play with just over 1.5 minutes gone by. Here's Poole. And the layup is good off the glass. He's got 14.
Well, they have leaned on him offensively with good reason. Efficiency will help you win a lot of games.
Oh, he packs it down.
That is incredible. That's an incredible move by Murray. Certain guys just know how to create space for themselves.
Just an awesome display of athleticism on our AT&T 5G Slam Cam. Murray with it. He's got 12. Second half of play here with just under 2.5 minutes passed. Watson passes to Murray. Now here's Gordon, guarded closely. Down to 5 on the shot clock. Rebounded by Champagnie. Champagnie's got his 6th rebound on the night. From behind the arc. And it's Denver with a rebound.
Yeah, you know, he usually makes you pay from that range.
Outside Murray. Third quarter here, and 3 minutes have come off the clock. Jokic up top. A guy this team turns to often, averaging almost 24 a game.
And Jokic has a number of moves to choose from, especially deep inside.
Pass to Sarr. Poole outside. There's the three. Gordon pulls it in.
Well, so far in the second half, he hasn't been able to get another 3 to fall.
There's the triple. Connects from downtown. Watson's got 5 points now in the quarter.
Not the best three-point shooter in the league, but he's got enough skill that you can't just let him fire it up.
Poole, the pass to Champagnie. The three is up. Jokic grabs the board. Jokic has got 5 rebounds in the game. Poole against Murray. Pass to Jokic. Ooh, poked away. It's an even 3-on-3 break. Sarr passes to Champagnie. Goes back up. It's good. And he drew contact on the shot, so he will go to the line. A 3-point play opportunity. Washington shooting their 3rd free throw attempt of the game. A different look for Denver. Collins, he's checked in for Watson. Strawler comes in for Brown. And it's Westbrook in for Murray. And that one misses.
Yeah, and the potential Sarr has is enticing. He's a talented, mobile big man who wants to keep improving.
To the right side. Now here's Jokic. Defense is right there. It's stolen by Smart. And here's the fast break. And there's the lob.
And this is Poole at his very best, scoring at an unrelenting pace.
And here's Westbrook. Still no points. Now 5 seconds separating the shot clock and the game clock. Jokic in the post. Oh, Jokic powers it in.
And after being held scoreless in the first half, he's starting to turn it on.
Here's Poole. That's in. Coming off an assist from Smart. Poole's got 20.
Like a matador. Olay! There was no defense. That has to be one of the easier shots I've seen tonight.
An unorganized defense like that is not going to help them close this deficit.
What a performance for Jordan Poole. He's been the story for the Wizards. He put together 10 points in the quarter. We're coming right back. Don't go anywhere. And it's time to bring up the State Farm assist of the game.
And I'll tell you what, this was a no-brainer tonight. Take a look at the precision on this feed. Couldn't place it any better.
Yeah, that's high-level playmaking. He makes it look easy, but it's not.
Well, there may not be a lot of drama down the stretch as we head into the 4th quarter, but stranger things have happened. 4th quarter on the court for the Wizards. We've got George. Chris Middleton is out there with Kispert. Then there's Marcus Smart. Murray finds Collins. Here's Jordan. And there's a whistle. He'll head to the line to shoot 2. Stan, you're the son of a coach. Your dad was a great coach at the collegiate level. What was the best advice you ever received from him?
Well, Brian, the one that has always stuck with me is he told me in my first season, if you think you've got all the answers, it's only because you don't know all the questions. And I think that's true in everything, not just basketball.
Three-pointer is up from Brogdon. Buries it from 3. And the Wizards lead by 19.
A legitimate threat beyond the arc. Brogdon's sense for when to shoot from there is outstanding.
And here's Westbrook from the arc. Rebound Washington. George has got his 4th rebound in this one. Smart passes to Brogdon. Rebounded by Russell Westbrook. And so it's Westbrook who will bring it up for the Denver Nuggets. And then it's Collins with the dunk.
Well, great to see in-sync offense like this. The pass is perfectly timed, and Collins rises up and puts it down.
Middleton passes to Kispert. That's good. And so Middleton with the assist. Middleton's got his 4th assist in this one. Westbrook taking his time here. Pass to Murray. Jordan with a screen on Smart. Murray passes to Jordan. Back to Murray. Launches it. Washington with a rebound. George has got rebound number 5 here tonight. Here's Kispert. Brogdon from outside. And again, it's Washington with a 3.
Man, they're having a hard time defending the triple. That's 3 in a row.
And so it's Michael Malone here calling timeout. He is not messing around. Calling them into the huddle. A different look for Denver. Nikola Jokic is checked in for Jordan. Aaron Gordon comes in for Collins. And it's Watson in for Russell Westbrook. A big group substitution here for Washington. Sarr's checked in for George. Champagnie comes in for Kispert. Coulibaly, he's checked in for Malcolm Brogdon. And it's Poole in for Smart.
He's done everything he can tonight, trying to keep this team competitive.
Pass to Champagnie. Back to Coulibaly. Here's Middleton. Misses off the right iron.
Hey, sometimes the best looks don't equate to points.
They kick it out to Murray. Takes it inside. And it's Murray finishing it off.
Guards like Murray, they are so good when they're attacking the rim.
Poole with the ball. And Jokic picks him up defensively. He's got another one. That's 10 for 15 now.
And he was dominant in their last outing. And the same thing here tonight. He is in a terrific groove right now.
Yeah, for sure. He is just oozing confidence. Thinks every shot is going in. They should just keep running sets for him.
Into the lane. And a strong finish with 2 hands.
And what a slash by Poole. Just knifing inside with ease.
Murray from outside. Rebound by Middleton. Wizards leading by 22. Here's Poole. He gets it in there. Poole's got 16 in the second half.
Tremendous strength by Poole right there. Just pushing past the contact.
Outside Watson. Murray against Poole. Jokic with a screen on Poole. Here's Murray. And again, it's Denver missing. Washington has gone 3 for 3 from downtown in this fourth quarter.
And you can see how scary this team can be when everything is clicking for them. Just a terrific performance for the Wizards.
They were the more accurate club. And in the end, that made the difference, Grant.
Yeah, B.A., you have to love their strategy. And even more, you love the execution.
And it's been a phenomenal year for them. They play with so much confidence night in, night out. This notches another huge win, 65 in total.
And that's a sweep of the season series. It's clear who the matchup favored. They'll wish they could have seen more of these guys.
And one player just stole the show tonight, doing everything for his team. A monster night for Jordan Poole.
Yeah, and I loved his attitude tonight. He really had that scorer's mentality. Absolutely no one was stopping him.
They're having very little success right now.
And they really could take a different approach, right? Find something that works.
Back to Murray. Outside Watson. Shoots. Rebound by Middleton.
That was a good look for the mid-range. He'd like to have that one back.
Poole outside. The 3-ball. And again, Washington with a triple.
Leaving nothing to chance. This run shutting the door on him.
Yeah, this run has poured a bucket of water on any ember of a potential comeback.
Now here's Murray. So we see the Wizards taking the W here. Boy, this crowd has to be shocked by the way their team was dismantled.
Shocked and surprised. It doesn't matter what the matchup is. You never expect a road team to just waltz in and cruise to the type of victory like we saw tonight.
And that'll do it, folks. Alongside Stan Van Gundy, Grant Hill, and Allie LaForce, this is Brian Anderson saying thanks for tuning in to the NBA on 2K Sports. And let's reveal our player of the game, Jordan Poole.
the best win percentage in the league. They've got talent. They've got coaching. They've got everything you need to compete for a title. Clippers, Wizards, only on 2K Sports. Thanks for joining us here on 2K Sports for NBA basketball. With Greg Anthony and Hall of Famer Doris Burke, this is Kevin Harlan. And we're pleased to have on the sidelines tonight, David Aldridge. Just a quick look now at how the point totals have looked over the last several months for James Harden.
It's been surprising to me to see him take a little bit of a tumble lately in terms of what he's doing for them offensively. The points just haven't been there for him like they were a few months back. The defenses he's facing have adjusted to him, and he hasn't been able to make his own adjustments.
And now Washington's starting group. They've got Chris Middleton. Coulibaly is out there with Jordan Poole. Then it's Sarr, and it's Champagnie in at the power forward. And for the Clippers, the veteran wings, Powell and Leonard. The post pairing, Batum and Zubac. And it's Harden in at the one. It'll be the Wizards off the tip. So Doris, for a coaching staff, what's the best approach to the second game of a back-to-back?
For me, Kevin, a back-to-back is about two things. It's about maturity, one, but you also have to manage both them in the second game, particularly when you're talking about your veterans. James Harden understands answering a three with your own three negates any momentum of your opponent.
And Poole gets it to go.
Just setting the tone with an aggressive move to the rack. And where's the help defensively?
To me, that's a complete lack of communication on that side of the ball. These guys need to be talking to each other.
Leonard, that's for two. Washington with the rebound. And this team has been on a very impressive 17-game winning streak. They are red hot right now.
What an absolute joy to watch. This team is playing a beautiful brand of basketball right now. Everything about it. The athleticism, the basketball skills, the intelligence, the heart, the toughness, the commitment. These guys have been extraordinary.
People like to debate, and Greg, I don't know if this is you, what's better, Kawhi's defense or his offense?
Well, Kevin, I'll say this. Even if he was a subpar defender, his offense alone would have him among the league's top players. But his defense isn't subpar. At its best, it's elite.
And it's the Clippers with the ball. After the basket by Washington. Here's Zubac. And the layup's good off the glass.
You love to see Zubac get after it on the window. Use that size and strength.
For Washington, they've gone 3 of 4 from the field to start out the game. Poole. Pass to Coulibaly. Fires for three. Rebound, Kawhi Leonard. And about 2 minutes played here in the first quarter. Shoots the three. Again, Leonard missing.
Let's give some credit to the defense for how they're guarding this guy right now because they're refusing to let him get comfortable.
Good way to start this game. You want to get him rolling as early as possible.
He's a guy who, if he gets hot, he can carry your offense for long stretches.
Andrew Wiggins checked in for Powell.
One thing we know with Jordan Poole, guys, confidence is never going to be an issue. This young man has the attitude there's nothing he can't do on a basketball floor.
Now, here is Harden. Steady offensive output from him, averaging more than 16 points a game. And a wide open look here for Wiggins. And good, and it takes a nice bounce off the right iron and down. For Washington, they've gotten 4 of 6 field goal attempts to drop in the first quarter.
That's Jordan Poole going off the dribble drive, taking advantage of what the defense gives him.
First quarter of basketball, just over 2.5 minutes play. Poole with the steal. Pass to Champagnie. It's deflected. Poole against Harden. Rebounded by the Wizards. Last time they met was in Washington.
And the last time these two met, they were able to get a big win because of that bench production. Second unit might be a factor in this one as well.
Certainly something to keep an eye on. We'll see how the rotations go this time out.
Timeout.
It seems to be different.
And what a new era for the Clippers, Greg, playing here in their own arena, the Intuit Dome.
Yeah, no more sharing, right? No more covering up Laker banners. It feels like the Clippers are on their own 2 feet now. This was the goal for the ownership group, and they made it happen.
And the Clippers making a switch here. Dunn's checked in. Corey Kispert's checked in for Washington. Poked loose, and the ball goes out of bounds. Last touch by Poole. Here's a look at which players have been the most adept at finding and hitting high percentage shots since the All-Star break. Jordan Poole on top. Malcolm Brogdon is second.
What a shooting exhibition it's been for these 2 players during that stretch. I mean, nearly automatic for both.
Now, here's Dunn. He's averaging around 5.5 points a game. 5 to shoot. Here's Wiggins. That's his second shot and his second basket. He's 2 for 2.
Well, the mid-range game right now on point for Andrew Wiggins. Doing work.
Here's Poole. Good for the 5th time in 5 shots. He remains perfect.
And obviously his momentum from the last game has carried over here tonight.
No, I think that's the one thing every player is searching for. Consistency. They're giving this guy a chance to carry the offense once again.
Harden's shot is good.
James Harden, one of the best individual offensive players the game has ever seen. If he gets his feet in the painted area, it is always dangerous for the defense.
Clippers trail by 4. And blocked. That one goes careening off the glass. And here we go. Fast break. Sarr's got it. Yep, that one goes.
And the story here, Kevin, early on is how well they've shot the basketball.
LA's gone 1 of 2 from long range in the first quarter. Crosses over. The rebound by Champagnie. Wizards leading by 6. Shot clock and game clock separated by less than 6 seconds.
You could tell Jordan Poole from the opening tip was determined to make an impact, and he does that best with his scoring.
And so it's Harden bringing it up for the Los Angeles Clippers. They're coming into this game off that recent loss to Atlanta.
And defensively in that one, they needed to come up with big stops to quiet that crowd. And that's obviously easier said than done.
I'll tell you this, it looked like they wanted to get out of town as quickly as possible. The problem is their defense went with them.
And so it's Jordan Poole making highlights for the Washington Wizards. He put together quite a quarter, 13 points in all. And he looks to be planning for more. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. And hope you've enjoyed the broadcast so far. Halfway through the first half in this one. And let's quickly check out the scoring breakdown here for the Wizards.
Oh, man, how about the mid-range jumper from these guys? It's on tonight, a huge part of their offense so far.
Yeah, and in addition, their ball movement has really unleashed their offense. Boy, they've been fun to watch.
So with Harden on the bench, here's who Tyronn Lue's going with. Leonard and Jones slot in at the small and power forward. Dunn is out there with Andrew Wiggins, and it's Eubanks in at the 5, roaming the paint. And here's George for 3. It's hauled in by the Clippers. Following this one, they get to host the Cavaliers, and that game is the second of 2 straight at home. Here's Leonard. Wiggins, right side. Second chance shot. Kept alive, and another shot. Aggressive move inside from Kawhi.
Toughness and tenacity very much describe Kawhi Leonard's game.
Doris, with what he's done in the NBA, Kawhi Leonard seems to be a lock for the Hall of Fame.
I agree, Kevin, and the reason is he's got a couple of championships under his belt. More importantly, he's got individual awards, All-NBA, Defensive Player of the Year. And he's been able, in the most leveraged moments of a season, to be the focal point for his team, and that's a big driver of Hall of Fame status.
Let's check in with our reporter, David Aldridge.
Kevin, the Clippers are inaugurating their new arena this season, and they're set to host the All-Star Game next season. It will mark the 7th time that the LA area has hosted the All-Star facilities. Kevin, there will be no shortage of stars in attendance.
Timeout,
That's
timeout.
always the way it is in LA. You're so right, David. It ought to be quite a spectacle. And Tyronn Lue calls timeout. He wants to make some adjustments to the game plan, clearly. Zubac is checked in for the Clippers. Norman Powell comes in for Wiggins. The Wizards also changing it up. Sarr comes in for Richaun Holmes. And it's Coulibaly in for Corey Kispert. Jones kicks to Leonard. Zubac, a screen on Middleton. Nobody near Leonard. And the 3 off target.
I know he's got to be frustrated right now, but the team is fighting from behind. He's got to stay with it.
From deep, George. It's hauled in by the Clippers. Powell with it. Scoreless thus far. Pass to Zubac. Down against Smart. Lets a floater go, and he's fouled pretty hard on that shot, but he's got the chance to pick up the points at the line.
Well, you love the physicality from Chris Dunn. He's willing himself to the stripe thanks to the way he goes straight into the defense on that shot.
Every year, Greg, we get a new batch of rookies into the NBA, and sometimes we're all guilty of judging them too early.
Oh, absolutely. I think we need probably 3 years to evaluate a player. You know, fans and media can be a little harsh at times, but not everybody develops at the same rate.
Middleton. In this quarter.
Boy, he's putting pressure on the defense. That's 2 from downtown this period.
Harden with a screen on Middleton. It's Powell on the wing. Defended by Middleton. There's the triple. That is good, and the Wizards lead. Step back down to 6. They get the basket from James Harden.
Well, we come at us, and we're coming right back at you.
And you would expect nothing less from these two, taking pride and making plays.
And Los Angeles with some changes. Derek Jones comes in for Leonard. And Andrew Wiggins is sub in for Dunn. Fires from deep. Good on the triple. Coulibaly's got 6.
Man, the triples keep falling, guys. That's 3 in a row.
Smart against Harden. Pass to Wiggins. Takes the 3. It's rebounded by Coulibaly.
You will not see this guy miss many of those. He's one of the keys to their floor spacing.
And that one is good.
When you allow good scorers to get uncontested shots at the rim, no wonder you're losing.
To me, this has simply stated been a complete lack of defensive attention and focus all night long.
Harden surveying the D. There it goes. It's in, and the Wizards' lead is cut to just 9 on the basket from Jones.
Not only is James Harden one of the elite one-on-one players, this guy is an elite passer, and it's on display there.
Nice shot by Smart.
And they're getting their points now almost exclusively from the triple. 4 of their last 5 makes are from beyond the arc.
Wiggins outside. Back to Harden. And the foul on Marcus Smart. That's foul number 2 for him.
2 fouls already on him. That is not the way to get your minutes per game up.
A different look for the Clippers. Nicholas Batum. He's checked in for Derek Jones. And it's Leonard in for Andrew Wiggins. The Wizards also changing it up. Champagne's checked in. And Corey Kispert subbed in for Chris Middleton. Kawhi confident inside.
Once Kawhi Leonard gets to the interior, this guy's so tough to keep from scoring.
Here's Poole. It falls for his 7th bucket of the contest. He's 7 for 9.
I mean, the number of points they've scored in the paint already here is eye-opening.
We've got 22 seconds left in the first half. That's a 2 from Powell. Rebounded by the Wizards.
And that's where you want to make the next pass. This guy is a good scorer, but the defense was right on him.
Pass to Champagnie. Back to Koulibaly. Here's the three. Oh, he nails it just in time.
One eye on the rim, one on the clock. What a play.
Coaches talk about ending quarters. Well, you cannot do it better than that.
And so that brings the first half to a close. Wizards lead by 15. And now we'll send it over to David Aldridge, who is standing by courtside. David.
Thanks, Kevin. Andrew, they shot the lights out in the first half. What has to change?
Thank you, David. We'll be back after halftime for the start of the second half momentarily.
Good to have you with us. With the season in its latter portion, let's look at the Eastern Conference playoff race.
When I look at the Wizards, they've been phenomenal. All the lofty predictions, the expectations, they've all come true. Now comes the hardest part in the postseason. Every team is going to be gunning for them.
Now we'll take
about taking a shot. It's about taking the right shot. They've made a lot of good decisions out there.
Sometimes you just have a great night. Here in the studio, that's, I guess, every night, huh, Shaq?
I would agree, my brother.
And that is a wrap. Now let's send you back to Kevin Harlan for the start of the third quarter.
Well, we've got a second half of basketball for you. We think it's going to be pretty good. A big comeback, though, is needed for this game to be competitive, and it probably has to happen quickly. Clippers trail by 15, so the Wizards 5 right now. Koulibaly is out there with Jordan Poole. Then it's Chris Middleton. Then it's Sarr, and it's Champagnie in at the foresight.
Pressured that shot by getting a hand up just as good as a block.
And he did it without fouling, and that's become an art, changing shots without making contact.
Some power coming from the PG.
That's right, GA. Seeing more and more of that these days. Backcourt guys who can elevate.
We know versatility is huge in this game. Just a tremendous job finishing that play. Wow.
And they had some botched coverage that turned into no coverage.
That one goes in. Poole's got 19 points.
Well, they're winning largely because of this guy's play. He has been sensational.
Guys are looking for a spark here.
Yeah, a cold stretch offensively for sure.
Back to Harden. Launches a three. Good on the three-point shot. Harden's got 11 points.
As soon as James Harden passes half court, defense better have a hand up and contest, or good night.
And as James Harden enters his mid-30s, Doris, he's still able to put his fingerprints all over a game.
It's so true, Kevin. Rumors of his supposed demise have been greatly exaggerated. This guy's able to create shots for himself and his teammates at an elite level.
And Tyronn Lue calls timeout. He's going to have a discussion here on the sideline. Let's use this break in the action to show you the teams that in the last 10 games have been the NBA's best fast break teams. The Clippers, number 1. In fourth, the Wizards.
Both of these teams have established tempo as an identity. I mean, they're playing fast and scoring in bunches.
And we're just about a minute and a half into the third quarter of basketball. Batum finds Powell. No good from outside.
All right, time now to pick it up. You're 1 for 4, and you certainly don't want to give your opponent momentum.
A moment now to hear from our sideline reporter, Hall of Famer David Aldridge. David.
Hey, Kevin. This summer, we saw the NBA break up its draft into 2 days. The next idea, a bigger break between the draft and the start of free agency. The common thread is giving front offices more time to strategize around these highly consequential decision periods, the NBA calendar. Kevin?
Interesting, DA. Thank you. That's also good. So he hits both free throws. And so it's Harden bringing it up for Los Angeles. Outside Leonard. Lets it fly. And Middleton with the block.
What defensive focus from Middleton. Able to anticipate the shot and get a hand on it.
And Poole gets it to go.
Not a lot of resistance on the inside, and they're taking full advantage.
It's Powell on the wing. Outside, Batum. And again, no good by the Clippers. Wizards leading by 22. Now Middleton. And he battles for the ball and gets the second chance bucket. Middleton's got 11 points.
How about the save there by Middleton? Outsmarting the defense and able to get that second chance look.
And Batum kicks to Harden. Zubac with the screen for Harden. Offensive struggles continue, missing again. Here's Poole. Lays it up and banks it in. Poole's got 12 points in just the second half.
Every time they get scored on during this run, it's come from inside the paint.
And the Clippers call time here.
Start it.
And no doubt coach wants them to shore up their interior defense.
I think right now they're giving up way too many easy looks. That is a recipe for disaster.
Wiggins is checked in for Norman Powell. And a change for the Wizards. George is checked in. 1:57 left to play here in the third. Harden bounce pass. And here's Wiggins. And he can be counted on to put some points on the board every night. He's averaging right around 13.5 points a game. For Washington, they've gotten 6 of their 7 shots to go down in this quarter. What a fantastic start to the half. Offensive rebound. Great D that time from Batum.
Boy, surprised he missed that. The defense just good enough to prevent that bucket.
Wiggins surveying the floor. And here's Leonard from 3. Los Angeles with another miss.
No matter what looks they get, they just can't convert to stop this run.
And I think you can start to feel their frustration mounting. With every missed bucket, it becomes more and more desperate.
And Harden wide open. He shoots. Gets an open look and hits. 13 points in the game.
Boy, he's been cooking, but the teammates, he's just not getting a lot of support from them.
And Poole gets it to go.
They're scoring boatloads of buckets. It's raining buckets from inside.
They need a bucket in a big way here to regain some confidence.
Now, here's Zubac. Defense right on him. Here's Leonard. And Sarr pulls it down. Sarr's got his 7th rebound here tonight.
Just a solid performance on the interior. The rebounding has been off the charts.
1 second separating the shot clock in game. And Harden with the stuff.
Well, with that frame and that power, James Harden leaves no doubt.
The Wizards have gone 7 of 12 from the floor since coming out of the break. Poole up and in on the layup. Poole's got 16 here in the second half.
Unwilling to let up even for a moment. That's his killer instinct, just fanning the flames.
One thing I enjoy is watching players who don't pay attention to the score. You lock in on the moment and play the right way. There's no quitting this guy. He just gives you great effort, and he continues to give you great production.
And he's got his first chance at the line here. That free throw good from Leonard. Brogdon inside the line and all around the rim that time before dropping in. Brogdon's got his first basket of the night. And at the end of the third quarter, a huge lead in this one may already have been decided. Washington out in front as they end the third quarter with a massive 16-7 run. We're going to step aside for just a second, but join us right back here for the start of the fourth quarter. And there have been 2 very different performances from these teams today as we get going in quarter number 4. Here's Brogdon. So with Harden on the bench, here's who Tyronn Lue's going with. Jones and Zubats make up the 4 and the 5. Norman Powell is out there with Chris Dunn. And it's Wiggins in at the small forward position. Snatched up. Washington's gone 7 of 15 from three-point range tonight. They're not afraid of that shot. The Wizards working the ball around now. And Smart with the basket on the assist by Brogdon. Smart's got the first points up on the board here in the 4th for the Wizards. And here's Dunn. He'll bring it up for the Clippers. Knocks it loose. Stolen by Smart. Deflects the pass. And stolen by Dunn. And the foul on Marcus Smart. That's his 3rd foul of the game. Here's Zubats inside. Wiggins trying to free himself up.
And nothing's been easy for them, especially in this half. And they've got a big lead, not just on the scoreboard, but really in the rebounding numbers as well.
George passes to Smart. And it's Kispert in the corner. Fires the 3. It's held in by Zubats. And the foul on Marcus Smart. That's his 4th foul of the contest.
And that's his 4th, and no doubt he would have liked to have not gotten it this soon.
Nicholas Batum. He's checked in for the Clippers. Wizards on D. Here in the 4th quarter, their defense has been very strong, allowing no baskets. Dunn, wide open, he fires. No good on the 3. Washington's gone 1 of 3 from outside the arc since we've reached the 4th quarter. Brogdon inside the line, gets to the corner and buries it.
How many times have we seen a possession like that from them today, ending with a basket coming off a pretty pass?
Here's Dunn, and the Clippers miss again.
Boy, he really wanted that shot, trying to make the defense pay for leaving him that wide open.
Here's Smart. That 3 off the mark. Clippers have gotten off to a rough start in the 4th quarter, going 0 for 4 so far. That one falls.
Wow, with contact in the restricted area, Norman Powell, pretty play.
Brogdon kicks to Bay. Just a little under 2.5 minutes have passed now here in the 4th.
And it didn't fall, but that's the kind of shot they want their offense to create.
You know, it can be frustrating when you make the right play and fail to reap the rewards. You just have to stay with it here.
And how about the slam from Wiggins, showing off some of that athleticism there.
Kispert, the pass to George. From downtown, and that's good. Corey Kispert for 3. Kispert's got himself on the board with 3 there.
The man has no heart, and that's poor defense for a team that has a long way to catch up.
Well, credit the offense, though. If you're going to come with casual defensive effort, this team's responsibility is to take advantage, and they do.
Bay gets the bucket. And now we'll get a perspective here on the hustle game, how it's been going for the Wizards.
All game long, they've had active hands and really out in the passing lanes. And that aggression on defense has resulted.
Love the way they've gotten out and run in transition. A ton of good chances tonight simply from being willing to run the floor.
And one team is just completely outclassing the other tonight. Spirited performance, and it really ignited what is turning out to be a monster win here for the Wizards.
This was a team performing to its fullest capability.
A hugely satisfying win. A game that not many will soon forget. And on the other side, one that I think most will try to forget.
And one thing about this team, they never stop pushing the envelope. Fantastic year already with 65 wins, and tonight making it 66. Very impressive.
Really, they had their number this season. 2 wins, a home win, and an away win.
The one player that really stands out, of course, in this one, it was a dazzling game for Jordan Poole.
Just an outpouring of points from him. Nobody could do much to keep him from dropping it in.
Catching up on the changes for Los Angeles. Kawhi Leonard comes in for Wiggins, and James Harden subbed in for Chris Dunn.
And James Harden simply stated is putting it to the defense right now. Somebody has got to step up and get the ball out of his hands.
And here's Brogdon from the arc. Cranes it from beyond the arc.
Saw the opportunity to put this away, and you could see the killer instinct take over.
And you want to save your best for last. Tonight, they've done that and then some.
Leonard looking around. Nice move. It's good.
Well, this is what they needed earlier on. At some point, it's too little, too late.
Yeah, but then again, this run came against a team that may have felt it had already won, and you get the sense it let its guard down.
20 seconds left to play here in the fourth. First one falls for him. No free throws good from Kawhi Leonard. 12 seconds left in the fourth quarter. High arcing shot, and that one's good, Brogdon. Here's Harden. And so it's Washington easily grabbing this one. This one was over well before the final buzzer. The fans were waiting for something to get excited about, Greg, but they never got it.
They sure didn't. I mean, they just rolled to this win. They made it look really easy. What an efficient performance at both ends.
Well, folks, that's going to do it for now. For Greg Anthony, Doris Burke, and David Aldridge, this is Kevin Harlan along with our terrific 2K Sports crew, thanking you for tuning in. Now it's time for our player of the game.
Hey everybody, we're coming to you live on 2K Sports, bringing you the NBA. And this is Brian Anderson, along with Grant Hill and Brent Barry. Allie LaForce, our reporter tonight. And this is what the schedule looks like for Portland. On Wednesday, they'll defend home court against the Memphis Grizzlies. And then on Friday, they'll be playing against Russell Westbrook and the Denver Nuggets.
And for that game against the Celtics, no question they'll be amped for that one, eager to prove themselves against a tough opponent.
And now the Washington Wizards starters. We've got Bilal Coulibaly. He's out there with Jordan Poole. Sarr out there with Chris Middleton. And it's Champagnie at the 4. And for Portland, Sharp and Avdia are on the wings. Then there's Robert Williams. Then there's Anthony Simons. And it's Kamari in at the power forward position. And coming down the home stretch of the regular season, Grant, have modern training methods helped players get through it in one piece, you think?
Without a question, B.A. At the same time, it's a keeping up with the Joneses situation. If the guy you're guarding is in top form, that wears you down, too.
Well, when you can score the ball and the defense makes adjustments your way to do that, Poole has to take advantage like that.
Avdia outside. It's Sharp on the wing. Coulibaly defending. Avdia from outside. They get the rebound. Pass to Simons. And it's going to be out of bounds. Portland will have another go. And let's take this chance to call out our Eastern Conference Player of the Week, Jordan Poole.
He's made himself the cornerstone of their offensive efforts recently, and he's providing for his squad in every regard on that end of the floor. Scoring, passing, picks, you name it, he's doing it.
Just 5 to shoot. And it's Simons missing. Grant, there have been so many great players that have gone through Portland over the years.
Yeah, it's hard to believe it's almost 50 years since their last title. It's a great city with a great fan base. And for their sake, I hope their second title comes soon.
Here's Sharp, following the score by Washington. Back to Simons. To the left side wing.
Two-handed jam. Just shocking the defense here. They couldn't keep up with Simons' nimbleness.
And he's got his first opportunity at the line here tonight.
You know, I have to admire a guy like Anthony Simons. Early in his career, he was seen as undersized, but with his skill and pure athleticism, he balances the scales against bigger players, and he's become a ferocious scorer.
And that one's good. Coulibaly.
And Poole's vision developing right in front of us.
The Trailblazers have gone 1 for 3 so far. Avdia attacking. And that one is hammered home.
Incredible. I mean, this is the NBA. The defense needs to be much better.
He doesn't slam it often, but the D can't take him lightly, or he will.
Well, any guy can throw it down against air defending him. Plenty of room, so not so amazing. What does amaze me, though, is that no one came over to contest the play.
And it's Simons missing. The Wizards have gone 4 of 4 from the floor. Perfect start. Poole from long range. Sharp grabs the miss.
After 5 shots, that's their first miss. I definitely call that a good start.
They set the pick. And it's Portland with another.
And it looks like Sharp is fairly comfortable in the mid-range. Having dynamic shot-making ability would be a big plus for him.
Poole shot is off.
Probably should have scored there. He usually does.
To the paint. And he jams it after taking the nice feed on the run.
Catching the lead pass at full speed, terrific anticipation, and the delivery on time, on target.
And since we have a second here, let's see which teams have dominated the offensive glass and second chance opportunities this season. Portland in second.
One of the top second chance point clubs in the association. They really hit the offensive glass.
Here's Poole. And so far in this one, 2 for 4.
Those are 2 tough points from Poole. Great to see him mixing it up down low.
Blazers trail by 3. Outside Sharp. Elbow shot. Rebounded by Champagnie.
He may not be the strongest inside presence, but still, he's got to convert from there.
Here's Poole. Drains it. Now he's 3 for 5.
Intelligent basketball. Keep feeding the hot hand.
And so it's Avdia with it. He brings it up for the Trailblazers. This game coming after a loss versus the Raptors.
They just weren't careful with the rock. The passing was loose. The ball handling was lackluster. That's not how you win in this league.
Well, their defense wasn't exactly solid in that game. So if they could make up for mistakes by causing some turnovers, it might have helped. They didn't even get those.
A chance here to catch up with Allie from the sideline.
The Blazers have a lot to learn. Coach Chauncey Billups said, I owe it to these players to coach them. The only way I know to do that is with honesty. It's always coming from a good place. Once you know that, then you take it with love. I lead with love. I don't lead with fear. Brian?
That's a Hall of Fame mentality, Allie. He's been in their shoes.
The big story thus far, how well they've shot.
Timeout, timeout. Chauncey Billups calls timeout. He's going to gather the troops and talk it over.
They're just giving away a run right now. The question is, can they stop the tide?
Hard to say right now. At this point, I've seen the coaches run through 2 or 3 iterations of defense. Is there a 4th? I'm not sure.
And Washington making a change here. Holmes, he's checked in for Sarr. George comes in for Champagnie. Kispert's checked in for Middleton. And it's Marcus Smart in for Coulibaly. It's stolen by Henderson. Trailblazers on the break. Brown can't hit.
And it was a great chance to finish on the break, and he flubs it.
Completely lost focus. You can't get 2 steps ahead.
Count that bucket. Poole's got 10.
And Poole can make some of those inside off-balance opportunities look easy.
Pass to Avdia. Ayton inside. Defended by Holmes. Outside for Henderson. Clock at 6. Again, the miss by Portland. It's Poole the drive. 2 points. That one goes. He's got 12.
So far, they're owning both ends of the floor. We'll see if they can keep this going.
Like tonight, that all the hustle plays have meant so much to this team. Now just sustain some of that energy and keep comfortable.
What a performance for Jordan Poole. He's been the story for the Wizards. He made a big impact, scoring 12 points in the quarter. We'll be back in a moment. Great to have you with us. Second quarter of basketball. This game has not exactly been neck and neck, but plenty of time left in this one. And guys, let's get your take on the scoring breakdown for the Wizards.
The most consistent attack on offense so far has been the mid-range jump shot. We'll see if they can keep that rolling.
Yeah, I wonder if pace and playing fast is something that they're being encouraged to do, because right now they feel like a faster team.
They've got DeAndre Ayton. Walker out there with Bruce Brown. Then it's Henderson, and it's Simons in at the point. That's the group for Portland starting the second. Well, Anthony Simons has credited Damian Lillard for helping him with his development.
Man, B.A., can you imagine every day on the opposite end of Damian Lillard as a young player in this league? Anthony Simons willing to listen and willing to learn. And you see how far his game has come when the reins have been handed over to him.
Pass to Ayton from deep. And a great assist by Brown as that one goes in.
DeAndre Ayton happy to shoot at that range. Nice stroke.
Smart right side. Takes the 3. And Smart nails the triple.
These teams are finding the range, showing a lot of confidence.
It seems like they're going to find out who can make the deepest threes. Right now, it's a shootout.
Walker, a screen on Smart. And here's Simons outside. The rebound by the Wizards. And this team is on absolute fire right now. They've won 18 in a row.
I mean, it's been a lot of fun to watch these guys and how much they're enjoying this. Every team they face is trying to end this big run. They've been on both sides of the game like tonight's, and I'll tell you what, it's tough to keep up a streak. Gotta love the pressure.
And some changes here for Portland. Williams comes in for Walker, and Shaedon Sharpe subbed in for Brown. Sarge checked in for Washington. Coulibaly comes in for Brogdon. Pass to Ayton. Shoots over Sarr. Got a hand on it.
And as Sarr gets older, he'll learn how to use his length even more.
So it'll be 2 free throws. He was fouled in the act of shooting. Well, you hear team execs say all the time, you're either selling wins or you're selling hope. How true is that, Brent?
Well, if you're an executive BA, just be right about whatever it is that you're selling. And you got to be realistic. I mean, fans are smart. They understand where your team is. Are you a playoff competitor? Are you young and growing? So that's hope. If you're going deep into the playoff run, you want the wins.
He hits the second from the line. Blazers trail by 10. Simons passes to Williams. They get it again. Oh, and the jam by Ayton.
Ayton's so big inside, he turns a miss into an opportunity.
And timeout is called by Brian Keefe. He wants to review the game plan. Here in March, things are heating up. Let's check out the teams in the West. Taking a look at Portland, a really frustrating season for them. They're looking forward to the draft. Wizards leading by 8. Pass to Middleton. Jacks up a 3. That's in. Coming off an assist from Smart. Middleton's got 5 now.
Well, he's accurate from behind the arc, and there's a reason why Chris Middleton takes a good amount of three-pointers.
Henderson outside. And here's Sharpe. Payton with a screen. Boom, he jams it straight down.
Showing off some playmaking abilities with the pick and roll. I know Coach likes seeing this from Sharp.
Pass to Coulibaly. Beyond the arc. Portland with a rebound. Their next game playing at home as the Grizzlies come to town. Oh, wasted no time on that one. Henderson's gotten himself going with a triple, his first basket of the game. Here's Sarr for three. Always a nice way to start. Makes his first one.
Yeah, still a developing part of Sarr's game, but he looked confident with that triple.
And Chauncey Billups calls timeout here. He wants to make sure everybody's on the same page. Kamara, he's checked in for Portland. Avdia comes in for Simons. 1:57 left to play in the first half. Outside, Williams. Here's Henderson, and he takes the feed in stride and slams it home.
Yeah, and Henderson has got some hops for sure. You cannot let him get to the rim.
Poole, the pass to Kispert. This one for three. Williams grabs the board. Blazers trail by 7. Here's Avdia, and he lays it up and in.
They're finding ways to get the ball into the paint. 5 consecutive buckets.
And so it's Poole who brings up the ball for Washington. They've led by as many as 11. Oh, what an effort by Poole!
Well, staying active and staying energetic, that's how they want Jordan Poole to play all the time.
Outside Sharp. Back to Henderson. Pass to Avdia. Here's Kamari. Fires the three. Sarr pulls it in.
He's not the guy that you want to give a wide open look from three-point range. They're lucky that that one doesn't cost them.
Uses the glass on the layup. And now it's a 9-point Wizard lead.
Yeah, in the lane there. I mean, that's easy money for Sarr.
Poole against Henderson. There's 31 seconds left to play in the first half. Unloads from 13. Oh, some solid defense from Poole. Washington leading by 9. Pass to Champagnie. Nice start for him. Sinking his first shot.
The floater can be a tricky shot, but that's the right choice.
For Portland, they've gotten 7 of 13 attempts to go here in the second. And he gets the bucket. Sharp's got 4 points now in the quarter.
You want to run your offense through him, a reliable scoring option.
Here's Poole. Poole work in the interior.
And trust me, when the D's slow to react, he'll be the first guy to make them pay.
Well, I know they don't have mobile devices out there for texting, so they might as well talk to one another.
And so it's Washington closing out the quarter ahead by 11 points. What has them in front right now, by and large, they're taking great shots. All right, we'll get back to the action after this break.
Hello, everybody. Maybe a bit of a surprise in this one, but what a fantastic first half we witnessed for the Washington Wizards.
They're efficient. They play to their strengths. That puts guys in a position to succeed.
Yeah, they take shots they feel confident about. If they don't feel confident, they make the next pass.
And right now, let's see who's jostling for Rookie of the Year.
These guys have made a great case all season long, Shaq, and now they're processing things even faster, making even better decisions. That's impressive.
Yeah, if your front office selected any one of these guys, you can say you won the draft.
Thanks for tuning in. Now it's time to head back over to Brian Anderson for the start of the third quarter.
Just about ready for the second half here. A big comeback is needed for this game to be competitive, and it probably has to happen quickly. One of the stories here, Jordan Poole. Man, is he getting it done today.
Through 2 quarters of play, he's been an excellent source of points.
Yeah, he's shouldering the load right now and looking really comfortable while he's doing it.
Blazers trail by 11. Checking out the group for Brian Keefe to start the second half. Bilal Coulibaly out there with Jordan Poole. Then it's Chris Middleton. Then there's Sarr. And it's Champagnie at the power forward position. Poole up top. He's covered by Simons. Basket's good. Poole's got 18.
Their defense just falls apart once the ball goes inside.
Now Portland with it. And here's Simons. He has 6. Powered down with both hands.
Boy, Simons' athleticism so quick off the floor.
Washington leading by 8. It's Middleton on the wing. Fires from deep. Sharp grabs the miss.
And this is exactly who you want taking that shot. She just missed it.
And you watch Shaedon Sharp, Brent. The talent is undeniable.
Well, the athleticism really is something that jumps off the court for you. And he's not just a scorer or a rebounder. I think if he uses that athleticism, he could become an elite defender in this league.
Pass to Simons. Now here's Sharp. And we're about a minute and a half in the second half. Offensive rebound. Oh, Williams getting after it on the glass.
Hey, you see how Williams gets his points. So many of them come off of teammates' missed shots.
Here's Poole. And he drops in the layup off the glass. Poole's got 6 here in the quarter.
Man, that's now 10 straight points in the paint. I'm not sure what's happened to their defense, man.
And Chauncey Billups calls timeout. Coach wants to speak to his guys, maybe alter some of the game plan. And now let's show you the rebound leaders among small forwards in the second half of the season. Second, Deni Avdija.
And their work on the glass plays such a key part in pretty much all of their games. I mean, they play bigger than other small forwards in this league.
Well, these are the 18-wheelers right here. Bigger and tougher. They are fearless when it comes to crashing the boards. And I'll tell you what, it really lightens the load on your bigs when you've got 2 rebounders like these guys at the small forward.
Outside Sharp, lets it fly. The Trailblazers rebound. Williams misses. Washington leading by 10. Poole outside. Can't get it to fall. The Trailblazers have gone 3 of 7 here in this third quarter. Avdija hits the J after faking out the D with a quick up fake. Avdija's got his 3rd basket on the night right there. Here's Poole. And he banks in the layup. And the Wizards lead by 10.
And he's absolutely feeling it. There is no hesitation from Jordan Poole.
Simons outside. From downtown, fires in the triple. Simons got 11 points.
He was sitting back a little bit there in the first half, but feels like showtime now, and he's ready to put some major points up on the board.
Portland has gotten 2 of 4 threes to fall here in this third quarter. 1:53 left in the third quarter here. Rebounded by Champagnie. Champagnie's got 4 rebounds now. Here's Poole. And Poole fighting through contact.
And talk about imposing your will. That's 10 straight points in the paint.
Pass to Kamari. Outside Sharp. 1:25 left in the third quarter. Avdia, good.
Attacking in the lane. This is where Avdia does a lot of his best work.
And timeout is called by Brian Keefe. He wants a few moments to regroup with his players. For the Trailblazers, Ayton, he's checked in for Williams. Walker comes in for Kamara, and it's Henderson in for Simons. Here's Poole. It's good. Poole's got 12 now in this quarter.
And it looks like the pool is filling up in a hurry here. He's catching fire, and it's tough to put that one out.
Pass to Ayton. Back to Sharp. And here's Avdia. 58 seconds left to play in the third quarter.
Oh, yeah. That'll do it.
Wow, an emphatic two-handed slam. There's 57 seconds left to play in the third quarter here. Poole exploding to the rim. And that one's good. Poole's got 14 points here in the second half.
They have no answer defensively inside.
Henderson, the pass to Sharp. Henderson with a screen on Smart. Here's Sharp. Oh, he goes up high for the two-handed slam.
Yet not afraid to finish at the rim. Sharp, just relentless.
Once again, an explosive highlight on the AT&T 5G Slam Cam. Three-pointer Kispert. Pure from three-point range.
And just executing at a high level. I mean, taking what the defense allows and putting in the work.
Basketball IQ is something that gets talked about, but its importance to a team showing up here, running plays that turn into scores.
Oh, and the jam by Ayton.
Yeah, Ayton out there playing poker with the flush.
Here's Poole. Goes up and lays it in nice and easy. Poole's got 32 points in the game.
And his fantastic performance from the last game has carried over to tonight.
Yeah, the coach pretty smart for zoning in on him and giving him opportunities to stay with that confident play.
Poole right side over Henderson. And that's not going to go. And as we end the third quarter, a great game. Both teams playing well. It's Washington leading by 7. And we're coming right back after this break to get the fourth quarter started. And a moment now as we take a look at our State Farm assist of the game.
This is the definition of team chemistry. I love to see this kind of communication and connection between teammates leading to the perfect pass.
The coaches talk about it all the time, but to be able to play with that kind of feel, nice play, collaborating, improvising, and organic.
And this is it. Glad to have you along for this fourth quarter. Wizards leading by 7. DeAndre Ayton is out there with Jabari Walker. Then there's Anthony Simons. Then it's Bruce Brown. And it's Henderson in at the 2. That's the group on the floor for Portland.
A great decision from Smart. He's all about doing what's best for the team.
Simons against Smart. Pass to Ayton. Here's Walker. Ayton with it. 6 to shoot. Now here's Brown. And it's all from three-point range. To the inside. And George gets it to go on the assist from Smart. Smart has got 3 assists now in this one. Henderson, the pass to Ayton. Back to Henderson. 60 ticks off the clock here in the fourth. And it's Simons missing. Washington has gone 7 of 13 from downtown so far in this game. Kispert, the pass to Brogdon. George for three. Hauled in by Brown. And so Brown will bring it up for the Trailblazers. Down by 12. Pass to Aiden. Simons outside. Puts up a three. They get it back. And the foul is called. He missed it, so he's got a couple of free throws coming his way.
Well, the defense respects Aiden's ability to score, especially from that area on the floor. He becomes dangerous.
All right, guys, what do you think about the offensive approach we've seen so far for the Wizards?
They've been all about high percentage looks in this game, working the ball inside and doing whatever it takes to get it to go.
We probably have to touch on as well that tonight their penetration has been awesome. I mean, they put force on this game, attacking off the bounce, and the willingness to do that has paid off.
And the Wizards making a change here. Sarge checked in for George. Champagnie comes in for Kispert. Coulibaly, he's checked in for Brogdon. And it's Jordan Poole in for Smart. A moment to hear from Allie LaForce.
Guys, over the last break, I listened to Chauncey Billups address the team. Coach wanted his guys to ignore the scoreboard. He said, don't even look at the numbers. Just take it possession by possession, make every chance count, and we'll see where we stand at the end of this game. Back to you guys.
And Allie, thank you for that. Here's Sharp. Washington with a rebound.
Couldn't quite line that one up. Just got to shake it off and move on to the next one.
Poole. And he makes it. Poole's gotten 4 this quarter.
Poole cashing in from the shallow end.
Here's Simons. Pass to Kamari. From the arc. And Anthony Simons with a three.
The three-point shooting has been on point here in the second half.
Washington leading by 12. Here's Poole. Poole fast and in fuego.
And great job by Poole of putting some pressure on the defense.
Portland has gone only 1 of 4 from the perimeter here in this fourth quarter. The drive by Simons, and he makes it on the layup.
I just think that's trouble. You're gonna let that guy shoot layups. You're asking for it.
And we've got a timeout from Brian Keefe. He clearly wants to talk it over and make sure everyone is focused. Williams has checked in for Portland. And the Wizards with possession here. The biggest lead of the game, 15 points. Poole floating in for the slam. He's electric.
Well, one of the more explosive players and silky smooth. Poole finding a way to get to the rim.
Here's Simons. Champagnie, the pass to Poole. The three is up. Rebounded by Kamari. Blazers trail by 14. Pass to Simons. Now Williams. And there's a 3-second violation.
Ooh, talk about a way to deflate the team.
Yeah, he knows he shouldn't have made it, and that's just really overall a frustrating sequence that hopefully doesn't stick with him.
Wizards leading by 14. The teardrop. And it's finished off by Poole as he lays it in. Poole's got 10 points now, just in this quarter. And the Trailblazers shooting a solid 47%.
And the distance between the point totals for these teams tells the whole story. Just a fantastic effort, and you have to give it up for the Wizards.
They really had things going. Their offense carried them tonight, Grant.
Yeah, B.A., tonight, simply they won the battle of the field goal percentage. I mean, it made all the difference.
And add another one to the books for them. They've been on cruise control all year long, and now they've just won their 67th game this year.
And against a non-conference opponent, you really want to win the first one. They'll go into the next one knowing how to beat this team for sure.
And what a huge performance it was for Jordan Poole.
Now, this was a showcase night of his skills offensively.
Three-pointer is up from Brogdon, and the three-pointer goes. Brogdon's got his first 3 points of the game.
A good shooter from behind the arc, selective when he does it. Love how Brogdon lets that one fly.
50 seconds left in the final quarter. Pass to Brown. Looking to end the run. Portland again missing. And Washington with possession. Brogdon with the ball. Now guarded by Ayton. Smart for three. And Ayton pulls it down. There's 25 seconds left to play in the fourth quarter. Here's Brown. With nobody on him, he buries that jumper. And so it's Brogdon who brings up the ball for the Wizards. They've given up just 8 points in the fourth. And here's Kispert from the arc. And Ayton pulls it down. And Marcus Smart picks up the foul. That's foul number 2 for him. So we see the Wizards taking the W here. A statement road victory. So impressive.
Statement indeed, B.A. It was in enemy territory, but they controlled the game and took the crowd completely out of it. That's how you win on the road.
And that'll wrap it up, folks. For Brent Barry, Allie LaForce, and Grant Hill, this is Brian Anderson, thanking you for tuning in. And as we leave you, here's a look at our player of the game, Jordan Poole.
Oh, who say does that?
A good Friday night to you sports fans. You've come to the right place. It's the NBA on 2K Sports. I'm Kevin Harlan alongside Clark Kellogg and Greg Anthony. David Aldridge joins us from the sideline. And we've got a quick moment now to take a look at the long-term rebounding numbers over several seasons for Wendell Carter.
It's a concerning trend for him. Whether he's lost some strength or just isn't putting in as much effort on the glass as he used to, he's not rebounding nearly as effectively anymore. And that's something that needs to change.
Now the starting group for Orlando. Wagner and Banchero are the forwards. At the guard spots, it's Suggs and Anthony. And it's Wagner in at the center position. And for the Wizards, Koulibaly is out there with Jordan Poole. Then it's Sarr. Then it's Chris Middleton. And it's Champagnie in at the 4 spot. For those teams, Clark, still in the running for a playoff spot, how do they close out strong?
Well, they just continue to do what they've been doing. That's what good teams do. They focus on the task at hand. And then when it really counts, you know you've got the system and the talent to step up.
And so it's the Wizards getting on the board first. Back to Suggs. Over to the left wing. Banchero inside, and he converts the layup.
Oh, the defense puts contact on Banchero inside, but he just bullies right through it.
Pass to Champagnie. Fires the three. Rebounded by Anthony. And so it's Anthony bringing it up for Orlando. Driving the lane. Got a hand on it. Anthony against Poole. It's good. He makes his first shot of the game.
The more effective Poole is inside, the more headaches he causes for the defense.
With a short break in the action, gives us a chance now to send it over to David Aldridge.
Thanks very much. Brian Keefe shared a few moments with me. Now, we spoke briefly about how critical it is to slow down Paolo Banchero. Coach said he can be a force on offense when he gets a couple to fall. The energy and effort from our guys has to be high if you want to contain him. We'll see if that team can contain Banchero out there, guys. Back to you.
Thank you, David. For Washington, they've gone 2 for 4 from the field so far today. And while the offense is developing, Alex Sarr is already a huge presence at the defensive end.
Yeah, along with being a great rim protector, he's a 7-footer who can really slide his feet on the perimeter. He can switch on the guards and make them work for their opportunities.
And right now, let's watch that terrific swat.
And right out of the gate, trying to set the tone defensively, you gotta love that energy.
We're just about 2 minutes into the first quarter. Pass to Suggs. Clock at 6. From the top of the key.
And so far, having trouble converting on the inside.
Yeah, those are the shots you want. But they've been trickling out on them, guys. They've just got to stay with it. Persist in getting those good shots inside, and they'll drop.
There's a toughness Poole brings to the floor. He can handle a little contact.
First trip to the free throw line for him in this one.
And from the line, he's knocking it down about 71% of the time, and that's a percentage that needs to go up.
Well, it definitely was a disappointing part of his game this year. Not the numbers he was hoping for from the stripe.
And he can't hit the second.
And the confidence Poole plays with, you got to admire. He feels like he can hit from anywhere on the floor.
Anthony dishes to Suggs. Wagner passes to Banchero. That one drops for him.
Boy, he is looking confident. Love how they're using him so far.
And you know what? They're going to keep using him. I mean, he'll be the centerpiece of their offense today. You can bank on that.
Now here's Middleton. And looking at his production, he averages a little more than 7 points a game. Pass to Suggs. A floater. Rebound, Washington. Coming in on a 19-game win streak. They're set to achieve something very few teams have ever done. A win tonight would be their 20th win in a row.
This team, I tell you, is doing a heck of a job actually putting their name against some of the best names in the NBA's history when you talk about winning streaks. I mean, these kind of streaks do not happen often, and there's a lot going right for this group right now.
And Anthony gets it to go.
Prepared to let it fly. Anthony was just waiting for the rock.
And the way the Wizards like to play, Greg, you can expect them to get out and run.
Yeah, they're young and they can fly, right? They've got speed and athleticism to get up and down the floor. They'll push the tempo as much as
timeout.
And we've got a timeout called by Jamal Mosley. He wants to check in with his team and regroup. So Orlando going with an almost entirely new group here. Wendell Carter, he's checked in for Wagner. Hachimura comes in for Paolo Banchero. Vincent's checked in for Anthony. And it's Anthony Black in for Jalen Suggs. Here's Vincent. He's averaging around 5.5 points a game. And he makes the bucket, gets the whistle, and now a three-point play chance here for him.
Wagner able to get the shot to go through contact, and the and one on tap. Great determination that time.
The Magic making a switch here. Houston's checked in. And, Clark, we're looking at Franz Wagner here. What makes him so effective?
Well, his size and mobility, a rare combination, and how good he is instinctively at the defensive end of the floor. I mean, he can get out and get in a stance and guard guards, and he also can bang inside with big physical guys, and he's very fluid in his motion. Great agility. Love watching that young fella play.
And with an update from the sidelines, let's check in with David Aldridge.
Hey, Kevin, last season the Magic extended Coach Jamal Mosley's contract through 2028. He said, it's not about me. I just want each one of these guys to reach their full potential. This game has been good to all of us. I want to be part of maximizing how great they can be on and off the court. Kevin?
All right, David, thank you.
It just seems like the more he touches it, the more the lead grows.
And Wagner's got the ball here for Orlando. It's a 5-point game. Their last encounter was in Orlando.
Total embarrassment. I was shocked at how poorly they played. I think they were shocked.
Yeah, and, you know, those losses really hurt when you can't get anything going your way, everything going against you. Very frustrating.
No good on the shot. And that does it for the first quarter. Wizards lead by 5. We'll be back shortly, live from Washington. And thanks again for tuning in. If you're just joining us, we've played through one quarter of action so far. And let's get your take, guys, on the scoring breakdown for the Wizards.
We've got a bunch of this game yet to be played, but they're shooting it well from the three-point line. That's got to be a welcome sight.
One other thing they've done really well, moving the ball around. They've done a nice job not settling for that initial option and making that extra pass.
And so in the game for the Magic, Carter out there with Rui Hachimura. Then it's Paolo Banchero. Then there's Black. And it's De Silva in the 2-guard.
Boy, with that strong body and good size, Brogdon's able to finish through contact.
Here's Black. Still scoreless. Pass to Banchero. Over Middleton. And it's Banchero missing.
Solid rebound there, and with the score like it is, that's an area where they can't afford to get lazy.
Yeah, another column in the stat sheet that hasn't gone in their favor. To climb back, they've got to put forth more effort.
Black kicks to Hachimura. Carter sets the pick for Hachimura. The rebound by Malcolm Brogdon. Washington leading now by 10. Pass to Kispert. Middleton on the wing. Over Banchero. That one wide left.
Boy, you've got to be there defensively. I mean, that's an easy mid-range jumper that he'll typically drain.
Now Carter. Orlando moving the ball around. With the fadeaway. Basket good. Hachimura's got his second bucket of the night. The league is attempting, Clark, to minimize flopping. Do you like the technical foul assessment for just that act?
Yeah, I do. I really do, because that way you can get it out of the gate. These guys are as big, as strong as any athletes in the world. They shouldn't be falling down as much as they do trying to draw fouls.
So it's Orlando now after Chris Middleton missed from long range. Carter sets the pick for Hachimura. Off target with his three. Washington's gone 1 of 2 on three-pointers here in the second quarter so far. For three, Brogdon hits it from three-point range. Brogdon's got a couple of three-pointers in the second for the Wizards.
Well, the D has gotten a little bit relaxed here defending the triple.
And Jamal Mosley has called timeout. He wants to talk to his guys. chance here to check out the league scoring leaders. Jordan Poole on top.
And all you have to do is point to his name at the top of that list. Does that tell the story well enough or what? What a season.
And for those of you just joining us, we're almost 2.5 minutes into the second quarter. To the paint, and stolen by Song. Poole against Suggs. And Poole gets it to go.
It's been one of those nights for Poole. He is on a heater.
The Magic trail by 13. Suggs dishes to Banchero. And for those of you just joining us, we're in the second quarter with about 3 minutes gone by. And a jam by Anthony.
Turning on the afterburners on the drive. Good to see Anthony using his athleticism in these situations.
Clark, I know you'd agree, Paolo Banchero has certainly lived up to the hype, being a #1 overall pick.
Yeah, you know, I loved him when he was in college. Loved his size, his athleticism, his IQ, his tenacity. I mean, I don't think there's anything on the floor that he can't do.
Now Middleton, after Cole Anthony missed from long range. Puts up a 3. And it's Orlando with the rebound. Wagner's got his 4th rebound with that last one here tonight. And here in the second quarter of action as we approach 4 minutes played. Shots good by Anthony.
Timeout, timeout. You know, the second period's been much more kind to him than the first. I mean, let's see if he can.
Timeout call by Brian Keefe. He's made the decision. He wants to huddle up with his guys. And Orlando making a change here. Hachimura is checked in. Poole against Suggs. Comes up empty, and he's now 5 for 8. Here's Anthony. And he drops in the layup off the glass. 9 points for Cole Anthony.
Yeah, the chemistry has been terrific. Really impressed with their offensive execution.
You know, the defense has really been kept off balance because of the outstanding passes. 4 straight field goals have been made off an assist. Tell you what, he has been feeling it, guys, and the best game plan right now, it's elementary. Just keep feeding him. Let him eat.
Count the basket.
And they're beginning to just flat out fall apart defensively right now, especially on the interior.
Yeah, and that's 4 straight field goals now they've allowed from point-blank range. Can't happen.
And Wagner's got the ball here for the Orlando Magic. They trail by 9 points. Here's Suggs. And Suggs throws it down.
Get up, Jalen Suggs. This guy also a terrific football player in high school.
Poole, no good.
That's a surprise. I mean, really out of character for him to miss when the defense is not right up on it.
Out to Anthony. Going inside. They get it again. Pass to Suggs. From deep. Hands it from downtown. Suggs has got 7 points.
And the lack of effort to fight over the screen there makes that an easy shot.
Well, I'm going to credit the screen. I mean, that's a good, strong pick he lays there.
And that'll do it for the first half. A competitive game so far. Wizards out front, leading by 4. And now let's catch up with David Aldridge, who's standing by from the sideline. All right, Dave.
Thanks, Kevin. Chris, you guys were able to get the lead. What was the key to getting all those open shots?
It was just getting stops, getting rebounds, getting out and pushing, finding lanes, finding open guys.
And you made...
Okay, David, much appreciated. And now time for halftime. So we'll be back in just a bit to get the third quarter underway.
Welcome, everybody. The Washington Wizards in our featured matchup. And what a competitive half it's been.
Total team effort. Instead of 5 starters, it's like they've got 7 or 8 guys getting it done. That's how good the reserves have been tonight, guys.
Lots of interchangeable parts. They can throw different lineups at you. Keeps you guessing.
Morning, friend.
All right, and now that we are in
good morning, D.
the standings Stars are looking in the East.
You know, right
Actually, afternoon friend.
Now let's send you back to Kevin Harlan for the start of the third quarter.
Yeah, I'm not even by the clock.
And we're halfway through this one. Plenty of basketball left in a game that's been fairly even so far. The Magic trail by 4. We've got Bilal Coulibaly. Also Jordan Poole out there. Sarr out there with Chris Middleton. And it's Champagnie in at the 4. That's the group on the floor right now for Washington. Anthony's got 1 3-pointer tonight in 4 tries. Poole, the pass to Middleton. Shoots over Wagner. Middleton can't get it to go.
And the well is running dry for him right now. Nothing falling.
And, you know, you can sense his frustration. This is going to be a test of his resolve here.
They should continue to get the ball inside. The defense struggling to contain them.
And when you make 5 in a row in close like that, it also takes pressure off your perimeter guys, too.
And the latest now from our sideline reporter, David Aldridge. David, it's all yours. Take it away.
Kevin, thank you. Paolo Banchero is not skipping steps. The Magic superstar says it's not anything in life, it's a process. Having that perspective just makes you want to work every day, because this is the best league in the world.
Which game is this for you?
You're going to drive yourself crazy. It's a cliche, Kevin. Just keep pounding away. Back to you.
I believe it's number 4.
Suggs kicks to Anthony. Wagner wide open. And he can't answer back. The 3-pointer offline.
That's 1 for their first 4 to start the second half.
Champagnie passes to Sarr. Nice ball movement by Washington. The 3 from Poole.
All right. So you've been playing for a while.
He thought that triple was going to fall.
Yeah, excuse me. Yeah, playing a while.
Really something to behold.
No, I started with Denver.
2 hours, 3 minutes, and 15 seconds.
Oh yeah, thank you. Thanks, Sam.
As we approach the playoffs, let's see how the East is shaping up. You look at the Wizards. They've continued to play strong basketball, if not utterly dominant, as the last part of the season grinds toward the playoffs. And it looks like, guys, they'll hold on to that #1 spot the whole way there. And, of course, the Magic, not in the same realm right now in terms of their record.
And when I look at Orlando, they're one of those teams that hasn't quite figured it out this year. A lot of talent, a lot of heart, but nothing to put them up on that next level.
You know, it's really hard to figure out exactly what's been missing, but there is something missing that perhaps could be the system they're playing in.
And we've got a timeout called by Jamal Mosley. He wants a minute here to get things straightened out with his team. The Wizards making a switch here. George is checked in. Hachimura is checked in for Orlando. Wagner outside. Pass to Hachimura. To the inside. Tries again.
There you go.
Great timing on the rejection.
Support the stream. Pick the Cash Dollar Big Fire.
Three-pointer.
Oh, soft. Ah.
And it's Wagner with the rebound. The Magic trail by 8.
Oh, nice play though. Get back.
Here's Coulibaly. The rim-rattling two-handed jam.
That's a double whammy, guys.
That's right. A great defensive play, then the emphatic stuff.
Well, turning defense to offense, we talk about it all the time. Try to hit your opponent at the other end before they can set up the defense.
And it's the Magic with the ball after the basket by Washington. And it's Washington's ball. They've gone on a 10-2 run, not allowing much. And he comes up with the deuce. And now it's a 12-point Wizards lead.
Showing his strength inside. Poole muscles that one home.
Suggs passes to Banchero. Back to Suggs. Wagner, a screen on Poole. Here's Suggs. Once again off the mark, Orlando. Washington leading now by 12. Poole kicks to Middleton. Jacks up a three. Rebound by the Magic.
And it's just one of those days, guys. He has just struggled to shoot the basketball.
Wagner outside. 1:07 left in the third. Pass to Banchero. Clock at 4. Shooting foul as the whistle blows. He'll shoot 2 free throws. It goes on Chris Middleton.
And Banchero doesn't back down from anyone, which is why he's able to draw those fouls.
For the Wizards, Gill is checked in for Song. Corey Kispert comes in for Chris Middleton. And Marcus Smart is subbed in for Coulibaly. Orlando also making some changes. Carter, he's checked in for Mo Wagner. And Black's subbed in for Suggs. Count that one.
Nobody can knife through a lane quite like Jordan Poole.
And so it's Hachimura who brings up the ball for the Orlando Magic. A 12-point game. Banchero kicks to Wagner. Banchero a screen on Gill. There's Wagner with the three. Drops in the tray. Wagner's got 5.
He's just such a well-rounded offensive player. He's got a little bit of everything.
And Poole gets it to go.
And they've worked the ball around so well tonight for those quality looks from mid-range.
Well, it's interesting. The defense continues to back off, expecting them to attack the rack, but they just continue to pull up and knock down those mid-range jumpers.
Oh, what a slam from Wagner. When he gets that close, he is going for it.
Just rubbing it in their faces with that one.
He is never going to take his foot off the pedal.
And that's terribly demoralizing for a defense, guys. I mean, they know he's going to keep coming and coming and coming, and that they may not have an answer for it.
I mean, even from over here, you can see that one pretty clearly.
No question about it. I mean, a ton of contact and a good call by the official.
Both free throws good from Banchero.
And on paper, Paolo Banchero has so many appealing attributes. His size, build, the ability to find shots. You can easily see why scouts were enamored with this guy as a prospect.
Fires from way out. He got it to go. He drops it in.
Can you believe that?
And so it's Jordan Poole making highlights for Washington. He got into double digits for the quarter with 10 points total. We'll get right back to the action when we return. And it's time now to bring you our State Farm assist of the game.
And the definition of teamwork right there, guys. I mean, what great communication between them, and what a beautiful feed.
For me, next to the big-time alley-oops and monster throwdowns, passes like that are probably the next best thing when it comes to sweet-looking NBA highlights.
We've reached the fourth quarter, and what has been a very competitive game should be an exciting finish. And so in the game for the Magic, Rui Hachimura out there with Banchero. Then there's Black. Then it's Vincent, and it's Carter in at the 5. Pass to Vincent. And here's Carter. High post shot. That is good, and the Wizards lead has got to just 7 points in the basket from Vincent.
And he should thank the team for those 2 points. Nobody paid much attention to him on that play.
And here's Brogdon from the arc. Good, and the assist goes to Middleton. Middleton's got his 4th assist with that last one here tonight. Here's Black. About a minute played here in the 4th quarter. Hachimura, the screen. With the drive. They get it back. Here's Banchero. Again, the Magic score.
And this is the type of go-to score this team wants Banchero to be. They love his confidence.
And it's Brian Keefe calling timeout here. And clearly an important juncture. He's going to have some choice words with his team. Koulibaly, he's checked in for Brogdon. Suggs, he's checked in for Orlando. And now the latest from our reporter, David Aldridge.
Thanks, guys. I was able to catch what Brian Keefe told his team during that break. And he was real calm during the timeout. He was smiling when he told the team, we're up. Game plan is working. Go out there and have fun. It's always fun when you're up late. Guys?
Thanks so much, David. Middleton, the pass to Kispert. Launches it. That shot misses.
And close to making the defense pay for the lax coverage that time.
Suggs. The rebound by Middleton. Washington leading now by 6. At the elbow, it's George. And he banks in the lane.
Nice job creating for the easy deuce.
Orlando, they've gone 3 of 5 here in the fourth quarter. Pretty good numbers coming out of the break. The 3. Rebounded by the Wizards. 13 points was their biggest lead in the game. Here's Middleton. Yep, it counts. And it's a 10-point Washington lead.
An even stronger second half. Tremendous efficiency at the offensive end of the floor.
Yeah, they're in a nice zone right now, and that basket looks, you know, it can handle 2 balls at once. It looks like now it could probably, for them, handle 3 or 4 balls at once as well as they're shooting.
And Jamal Mosley has called timeout. It's a chance for them to regroup and refocus. Orlando making some changes. Wagner's checked in for Wendell Carter. Wagner comes in for Rui Hachimura. And Anthony subbed in for Black. Fourth quarter of play, and we're about 2.5 minutes through it right now. Outside Anthony. It's rebounded by Koulibaly. Wizards leading by 10. Pass to Smart. Nice ball movement by Washington. And the shot is good.
And with the lead, I like the strategy here. Continue to get the ball to guys who can do something with it.
If it's working, keep working it. That's what I say. Keep the pressure on.
Anthony. And it's sent back by George. Outside, Smart. And stolen by Wagner. Outside Anthony. Anthony missing again. And it's Smart with the ball for the Wizards. So far in the fourth quarter, they belong to 6 points. Koulibaly finds Kispert. Sinks the three-pointer. Kispert's got 5 points in the quarter.
Late in the game, up big, they continue to attack.
Yeah, I don't think you want to get loose and sloppy or ease up, but it is time for them to start using that clock a bit.
Back to Suggs. And Suggs throws it down.
Suggs handling his business so far in this one. Really putting the work in on the offensive end.
And we've got a timeout called by Brian Keefe. Wants to make sure everybody's coordinated and intent. Over 3.5 minutes through the final quarter now. Here's Champagnie. Off target from outside. The Magic trail by 13. Here's Anthony. And Sarr pulls it down.
You know, you don't always get that opportunity, so those are the ones you hate to miss.
And there's no doubt about this one. Playing with a lot of confidence tonight. It's a statement victory for the Wizards.
Not only did they shoot the ball better, but they had more assists.
Yeah, I thought the passing in terms of finding the open man.
Tremendous year tonight. Another example, and they'll push their amazing win total on the season to 68. An outstanding, outstanding season we've reached this team for.
As we get set to put this one to bed, a one-sided season series thus far. They've won 2 straight.
Yep, but 2 more to go before the end of the season.
Thanks all for coming out. Hoping you'll enjoy today's broadcast.
If not the biggest, was the incredible performance for Jordan Poole.
It was the kind of thing for him.
Thanks, Steve.
The basket seemed as wide as a barrel.
So a new group on the floor for Orlando. And he sinks the second. Here's Black. 40 seconds left to play in the final quarter. Here's Hachimura. And he gets the whistle. 2 free throws coming up.
Yeah, you can sum up Rui Hachimura by calling him a pro's pro, a hard worker, and a guy that just continues to add value to his team.
Hachimura hits them both. This game looks like they've got it just about wrapped up.
Yeah, just got to work that slot and take care of the ball.
And he makes that one.
And you can sense that these fans, these players, they are ready to celebrate.
And I think they can start that celebration right now. I mean, what a terrific team victory.
And the first one drops. So 1 for 2 that time at the stripe. It's been a nice stretch for them offensively.
I mean, the communication's great. The movement's been really good. This is solid team basketball.
Houston passes to Hachimura for 3. Here's Poole. Good on the shot. And so it's Washington easily grabbing this one. Even early on in this one, it seemed like they were happy to be playing at home tonight.
And it makes a big difference. And once they started to really play in rhythm, you never felt like they had any doubts as to whether or not they were going to win.
And that about wraps it up. For Clark Kellogg, Greg Anthony, and David Aldridge, this is Kevin Harlan thanking you for watching the NBA, presented by 2K Sports. And now we present our player of the game.
All right, guys, D, I'm going to take a short break for get some refreshments. Be back in about 10 minutes.
D and everyone taking a short 10-minute break to get some refreshments.
All right, thanks for waiting. Anybody that's waiting, be back.
Tonight, the league and all of us here at 2K Sports celebrate Noche Latina, an opportunity to spotlight the amazing Latin culture in the NBA and its global fan base. And along with Grant Hill and Doris Burke, I'm Brian Anderson, joined by Ali LaForce, our reporter. And taking a broader look here at the year-over-year scoring trend for OG Anunoby.
And when you look at his offensive output over the past few years, it seems like other teams have figured him out and have his number now. He's having to put in a lot more effort on the offensive end, but without producing nearly the same results.
A look at the opening lineup for Washington. We've got Bilal Coulibaly. He's out there with Jordan Poole. Sarr out there with Chris Middleton. And it's Champagnie at the 4 slot. And for the Knicks, they've got Jalen Brunson. Josh Hart is out there with OG Anunoby. Then it's Mikal Bridges. And it's Towns in at the center, filling out the middle. For a handful of teams at this point of the year, Doris, the future is now as they fall out of the playoff race.
But, Brian, there is a dilemma to be worked out in these cases, and here's what I mean by that. Your team is now out of contention, but veterans, generally speaking, don't believe that, and they want to be competitive and win basketball games. In the meantime, the organization, from a broad perspective, is thinking, we've got to start to play the young guys so that they can gain some much-needed experience in big games. Tough situation.
Here's Bridges. Oh, wow! And the dunk to finish it off. A beauty.
When Mikal Bridges saying, don't sleep on my athleticism, some big-time hops.
And how about our AT&T 5G slam cam? Couldn't have captured that play any better.
And setting the tempo with an assertive move, like, where was the defense on that play?
To me, that's a complete lack of communication on that side of the ball. These guys need to be talking to each other.
Now here's Hart. He's averaging just around 8.5 points a game. Sends it home from three-point land.
Now Josh Hart starting to show people, I can knock down a three-point shot. You better guard me.
Here's Champagnie. And they waste no time getting those 3 points back.
Both teams are starting to find a rhythm here.
And this is partly what the game has become, right? A matter of dueling three-point opportunities.
Now here's Towns. He's been a big scorer for this offense, averaging around 20 points a game. Here's Poole. Good on the shot. Poole's gotten his second bucket on the night.
But Jordan Poole understands angles and English, the ability to twist a ball through the rim if need be.
So many ups and downs in his career, Doris. You forget how young Jordan Poole is.
Well, think about opposite ends of the spectrum. Early on in his career, he goes down to the G League and then won a title all in the span of under 24 months. To me, he's still figuring out what works best for him, but the skill is undeniable. Talk about hitting the ground running, 4 for 5 to start.
Well, if you're just tuning in, we've played about 2.5 minutes here in the first. Brunson misses.
He's as surprised as we are. Most nights, that bucket is automatic.
Well, B.A., there's no doubt they do not win the title without Jordan Poole and the lift he gave them at various points in that finals run. This guy is electric on the offensive end when his game is working.
The Knicks making a switch here. McBride's checked in. Free throw good. Poole.
When this young guy is on his game and 100% focused, Jordan Poole unequivocally has the talent to affect winning. And boy, we know he can come up clutch in big games.
Let's check in with our reporter, Ali LaForce.
Thanks, Brian. The Knicks, one of the top defensive teams in the league, and it starts in the paint. Coach Tom Thibodeau said, quote, "We've prided ourselves on having a tight shell. We've got great rim protection, guys who take charges, and we're aggressive on the ball. Guys, great defense has always been Tibbs' MO."
And nothing has changed now. Thanks, Alec. And so it's Brunson who brings up the ball for the New York Knicks. 4-point game, coming off a win against the Hornets.
You have to credit the game plan going in, especially at the offensive end, where they were just so relentless.
And that's not an easy environment to play in. To score at the rate they did on the road says a lot about their intensity and focus.
Sinks it from distance.
Their offense looking like a well-oiled machine.
And we'll have a timeout called by Tom Thibodeau. We might see him looking to make some tweaks to the strategy here. And the Knicks making a change here. Achua's checked in, and Washington will go for a different look here. Rashawn Holmes, he's checked in for Sarr. George comes in for Champagnie. Kispert's checked in for Chris Middleton. And it's Marcus Smart in for Coulibaly. Now here's Achua. 11 points for him last game against the Hornets in Charlotte. Here's Towns. And it's in there.
That, to me, is about Karl-Anthony Towns carving out position on the interior. Such a pretty play.
Here's Poole. That's good. And it's Smart with the assist. Poole's got 11 points.
And he's coming off a huge performance, and his confidence couldn't be any higher. And his coach knows that, too.
Well, the best players, to me, deliver night after night after night. So as long as he's hot, keep riding it.
And what an aggressive move to the rim. He's really trying to fire up his teammates right now.
Boy, it's not hard to feel inspired after a teammate makes that kind of finish.
Where was the defense? No help. You can't afford to give up these kinds of buckets.
Now here's Hart. Pass to Towns. 4-3. It's rebounded by George.
And the defense got away with one there. I mean, that's a shot he typically makes.
The shot's good.
Well, if there's any player in the league who relishes contact, it's Marcus Smart. You want to play physical? Oh, yeah, I like that.
Just 2 seconds between the shot clock and the game clock. From the high post. And he gets it to go, hitting off the back of the rim. Brunson's gotten his second bucket of the game.
Well, the versatility he possesses makes him a very tough cover, guys.
Poole, the pass to Kispert. The three. Drills it from deep.
How about the timing? Can be the difference between an assist and a turnover. Nice delivery.
It's tipped. What a performance for Jordan Poole. He's been the story for the Washington Wizards. 11 points in the quarter. He's on fire. We'll be right back. And for those of you just tuning in, second quarter action is where we are. And what do you think about how the Wizards are doing here?
Oh, what I love was that first quarter was all about leaking out and capitalizing in transition.
And why wouldn't they? You see their effectiveness in the open floor. Very difficult to slow down.
And so in the game for Washington, Kispert is out there with George. Then it's Malcolm Brogdon. Then it's Chris Middleton. And it's Smart in at the point guard position. Pass to Bridges. Up top, Stewart. Bridges down low. Middleton covering. Rejected by George. And he lobs it up to the rim. Kicks it out to Middleton. Shoots over Bridges. It's rebounded by New York.
Well, certainly not the best defensive effort, but this guy can't make them pay for their laziness.
Here's Stewart. And finished off by Stewart.
With the explosive leaping ability, he's able to play center despite being undersized.
Doris, how about the emergence of Jalen Brunson? The Knicks got him as a free agent.
B.A., it's incredible because the Knicks, when they signed him back in the summer of 2022, many voices were out there saying it's an overpay, you paid Jalen too much. Well, guess what? All NBA performer, and that contract looks like a bargain.
They get it back. Outside Payne. Down low. Achua. Oh, and makes it with the kiss. Achua's gotten his first basket of the night.
Now this is where Achua wants to operate. Nice close bucket.
Stolen by Payne. Bridges outside. Rebound by Middleton. Wizards leading by 7. Kispert outside. Brogdon from outside. From deep. Brogdon.
Understand this. If Malcolm Brogdon is on the three-point line, you better get a hand up and contest. Nicely done.
And we'll have a timeout called by Tom Thibodeau. A moment to rest and confer on the game plan. And Doris, some use the term stocks to add up steals and blocks. Chet Holmgren and Victor Wembanyama's stocks are through the roof.
Well, in fact, since the turn of the century, only 5 rookies ever have averaged over 3, quote, stocks per game. Victor and Chet are both on that list. And listen, if you're a passionate NBA fan, you are so excited about these 2 young men. The size and the skill and the eye-popping things they're doing on a nightly basis. NBA is in good hands.
Now here's Smart. Pass to Sarr. Kicks it out to Smart. Here's Sarr. And the layup is good. And now a 12-point Washington lead.
Just bouncing off contact. Sarr, man, 2 points the hard way.
Towns a screen on Smart. Achua finds Anunoby. And it's Coulibaly with a rebound. Washington has gone 2 of 3 from beyond the arc so far in the second. Doris, OG Anunoby helped the Raptors so much on their title run in 2019.
Yeah, the hard part is he was never able to suit up for the NBA Finals. To get through the season and then have an injury at that point, heartbreaking for a player. But consider, he's the first UK-born player to win an NBA title, and that cannot be taken away.
Jalen Brunson, he's checked in for Mikal Bridges. And now about 3 minutes gone in the second quarter here. Here's Anunoby. Basket is good. Off the assist from Brunson. Anunoby's got his second bucket on the night.
I'll tell you, 6'8" with elite athleticism. Good luck checking OG Anunoby on the interior.
Stewart, he's checked in for Achua. And right now, a quick look at the top shot blockers among small forwards since the All-Star break. 5th is OG Anunoby.
These are some of the league's most versatile defenders in this group. I mean, they can mirror ball handlers on the perimeter as well as contest shots in the paint.
You know, that's a defensive combination you're sort of always looking for in wing players. Strong on the ground, strong in the air. There is no safe ground when one of them is on patrol.
They're getting torched on the perimeter. 4 of the last 5 buckets have been threes.
Stewart outside. Pass to Brunson. Six on the shot clock. That shot, no good.
Nice rebound. Trying to match the other team's intensity right now.
Here's Sarr. Brunson defending. Pass to Sarr. And the shot goes in. And the Wizards lead by 15.
Yeah, in the lane there. I mean, that's easy money for Sarr.
Boy, they'd love if anyone could get a bucket.
Yeah, their offense has been grinding to a halt.
Towns up top. Anunoby with it. Sarr pulls it in. Sarr's got his 4th rebound in this one. To the middle. Here's Coulibaly. It's rebounded by McBride.
Boy, against so little defensive pressure, you have to convert that.
Here's Anunoby. And stolen by Middleton. 3-second difference between the shot clock and the game clock. Sarr. Oh, he nails that one. 3 for 4 now.
He came up dry offensively in the first, but looks like he's ready to turn it around.
Knicks trail by 17. Brunson with it. Last game, an incredible scoring display for him. Towns for 3. Oh, it would have counted had it fallen, but it is offline. And so it's Washington leading by 17 at the end of the period. Defense is setting the tone. All right, now let's check in with Allie LaForce. Allie, what do you have?
Well, Carl, they're scoring pretty easily. What has to change in the second half?
Our whole defensive system right now, because it's just not working. It's not the coaches, it's us as players. We're letting them get too much fast break. They're doing a great job, and they're hitting some shots, so we got to be able to make them miss.
Best of luck locking it in, guys.
Okay, Allie, appreciate it. And, folks, we'll be back after halftime to begin the third quarter.
Welcome, everybody. And as we start to work our way through the season, a sneak peek at the Rookie of the Year race.
We're in the home stretch. I don't know if I call these guys rookies now.
Yeah, and we have some pressure-filled games coming up, in addition to everything. And time to talk now about that first half. What a dominant display for the Wizards.
Man, this offense is in rhythm right now. They're moving the ball, moving without the ball. Everything looks exactly the way they drew it up.
Yeah, this one might already be over.
And that's it for halftime. Thank you for joining us. We send you back to Brian Anderson for the start of the third quarter.
And there wasn't too much drama in the first half, but maybe things will tighten up here in the second. One of the stories here, Jordan Poole. Man, is he getting it done today.
Yeah, tonight he's done a great job of slashing through the lane and finishing.
And part of that has to do with his mindset. He has been looking to push the action at every opportunity, and he has been in attack mode all night.
And it's Poole with the ball for Washington. They'll be hosting Toronto for their next one. It'll be a quick stopover at home before they have to get back out on the road. OG Anunoby out there with Josh Hart. Then there's Jalen Brunson. Then it's Karl Anthony Towns. And it's Bridges in a two-guard. That's Tom Thibodeau's five as we get going in the second half.
And you have to think that they're leading this game because of how they've controlled the boards tonight.
Here's Poole. He takes it in. Ooh, he's been flawless tonight. Now he's 6 for 6.
They just look so overwhelmed inside. You know, that's why they continue to get attacked.
Outside Hart. Outside Anunoby. Oh, he lost the grip and he missed the dunk. Here's Poole. Oh, he remains perfect. 7 for 7, showing no signs of letting up.
Well, this guy has been efficient and effective all night. That IQ has been on display.
To stop the run, and Brunson, here we go. Ooh, Brunson throws it down.
If Brunson sees any daylight, he's going to attack. Did just that on the drive.
Doris, how about the evolution of Jalen Brunson's career? From role player to star player.
Yeah, B.A., he begins his career as a backup point guard to the great Luka Doncic. But when given an opportunity to thrive without Luka in the playoffs, he did just that. Then he gets his own team and takes his game to an MVP level. Incredible evolution.
Time now to hear from our reporter, Allie LaForce.
Jalen Brunson's craft sets him apart. He said, quote, "I've always played with my instincts and tried to see the game a couple plays ahead. As I've gotten older, that part of my game has gotten wiser and better, but I'm still learning." Brian, that's a scary thought for the rest of the league.
He's already plenty dangerous, Allie. Well, the grimace of pain tells it all. He's hurt. Let's hope he's okay.
And by the look of it, guys, this could be serious.
Well, these are the moments that can be gut-wrenching for him and his team, right? Anytime you see an injury like this, certainly your heart goes out to him and to his family.
And just totally relentless, only increasing the intensity level.
One thing I enjoy is watching players who don't pay attention to the score. You lock in on the moment and play the right way.
And timeout is called by Tom Thibodeau. I think right now he must be looking at some adjustments. Now here's Bridges. Koulibaly defending. Bridges, a screen on George. Hart from long range. Rebound Washington. The biggest lead of the game was 24 points.
They really have a commanding lead, not just in points, but in rebounds as well.
Poole shot is off. Knicks trail by 21. Bridges passes to Brunson. And the layup is good after a nice lead pass. Brunson's gotten 4 this quarter.
Yeah, don't let Brunson's size fool you. This guy operates consistently on the interior.
And Washington making a change here. Kispert's checked in. So it's Washington now. Pass to Koulibaly. Three-pointer. Hits the trifecta. Koulibaly's got 6.
Yeah, that's a nice feel right there by Jordan Poole. Just make it easy on your teammate to score it.
Brunson against Poole. Shot from 12. And it's Brunson missing. Wizards leading by 22. And it's flushed down. A nice jam.
You could tell Jordan Poole from the opening tip was determined to make an impact, and he does that best with his scoring.
And the whistle blows. It's going to be on Jordan Poole. That's his first foul of the game. McBride, he's checked in for New York. .146 left in the third quarter of the game. Towns passes to Brunson. And that basket makes him 5 for 10. Steady production so far.
All right, defensively now, you've got to find a way to slow this guy down because he's putting it to you.
Here's Poole. Oh, it's his 10th basket on 12 tries. You got to appreciate the efficiency here.
I'll tell you, this guy is proving to be a problem for the defense. In this quarter, he has been special.
Now here's Brunson. 10 points for him. Oh, another basket for him. He's 6 of 11 now.
The defense had him confused early on, but he's responded in the second half with some assertive play.
The drive by Poole, and he gets it to go. Poole's got 23.
What an aggressive mindset in this period. He's starting to take over.
Outside McBride. George against Towns. The shot comes out, and George with some nice D.
I'll tell you, this guy is doing absolutely everything he can to get himself going, but the team is struggling because he's struggling.
They have no answer defensively inside.
And Brunson's got the ball here for New York. Looking ahead, they've got the Mavericks coming to town for their next one, and that'll put them halfway through a 3-game homestand. McBride passes to Hart. Outside Brunson. Nails it from 3. Brunson's got 11 in the second half.
Well, they're not behind because of this guy. He is putting on a tremendous run.
Here's Poole. Ooh, he took a hard foul on the shot, so he'll head to the line to shoot a pair.
We learned early in his career that Jordan Poole is fearless. It is how he gets defenses to compromise.
He made the only free throw attempt he had earlier in the game. The first free throw is good. And the Wizards making a change here. And both free throws good for Poole. 11 seconds left in the third quarter. Now here's Bridges. Outside McBride. The 3. He can't get that one to fall.
And the shooter had very little space on that attempt.
Right. He stays connected, and great timing on the contest.
What a performance for Jordan Poole. He's been the story for Washington. Heavily on his offense. All right, stick around. We'll be right back after this. And let's take this opportunity to show you our State Farm assist to the game.
Now, I know he's a big man, but he's got some point guard in him if he's making passes like this.
I'll tell you, in today's game, you want skill and decision-making at every position.
And there have been two very different performances from these teams today as we get going in quarter number 4. Fourth quarter on the court for the Wizards. We've got Corey Kispert, Marcus Smart out there with Malcolm Brogdon. Then it's Chris Middleton, and it's Bey in at the pivot spot, manning the middle. Here's Payne, and the layup falls.
Well, easy money, right? I like the strategy. Go inside, get a high percentage look.
Over to the wing. Three-pointer is up from Brogdon. Towns with a rebound. Well, the Knicks shooting only 42%. Here's McBride. Count it. McBride's got his first 2 points of the night.
Ooh, he has a lot of tools in the toolkit. That right there was just one of them.
Kispert, right side. Pass to Middleton. Lets the three fly. It's rebounded by McBride. Knicks trail by 21. Payne with it. Guarded now by Smart. The shot by Payne, no good. Washington has gone 0 for 2 from outside here in the fourth quarter. Bey inside. Towns on him. Bey, no good. The Knicks have gone 2 of 3 to open the fourth quarter. And the whistle blows. It's going to be on Malcolm Brogdon. That's his first foul of the game. Well, when you list the best players in the NBA right now, Doris, most of the top guys are from outside the U.S.
B.A., I don't know why that is. There's a lot of theories out there, one of which is the 1992, the initial Dream Team, so captivated the imagination of fans across the world. So I think that's part of it. We have to love that the game of basketball is so popular in countries outside of the United States, and we would be making a mistake if we did not give the league the credit it deserves for wanting to grow the game internationally. It has not been solely and exclusively focused here in the United States. They want everyone to love the game as much as we do.
And something you'd never like to see, but guys, he definitely looks hurt.
And man, this really doesn't look good. Just the way it happened.
Boy, it's got to be so frustrating for him. As hard as he has worked, doing everything he can to help his team, just heartbreaking.
Achua passes to Hart. Back to Achua. Pass to Brunson. The floater. It's rebounded by Washington. Smart with the ball, and it's Brunson picking him up. Here's Bey. Uses the glass to finish the layup. Bey's got 4 points in the quarter.
And we see Bey's game evolving over time, including being more aggressive inside.
Brunson finds Hart, and Marcus Smart picks up the foul. That'll be a second foul of the game. And the NBA has regular season games outside the U.S., all over the world. How important is that, Grant?
It's so important, B.A. I mean, basketball has become a global sport. And just look at the recent MVPs. They're mostly international players. So playing games in those countries has helped the game grow all over the world.
And we've got a timeout from Brian Keefe. He wants their game plan to be crystal clear at this point. Fourth quarter play. We're about 2.5 minutes through it now. Smart outside. Here's Coulibaly. That's in. Coming off an assist from Smart. Smart has got 3 assists in the game.
Marcus Smart does a little bit of everything. You love to see him sharing the rock.
And Marcus Smart picks up the foul. That's his 3rd foul so far.
And that puts them just 1 foul from the bonus.
Hart from long range. He buries it from 3.
Both teams are starting to find a rhythm here.
And this is partly what the game has become, right? A matter of dueling three-point opportunities.
Oh, the shot no good by Kispert.
Yeah, and the defense has really got to tighten up on him. I mean, he's just too dangerous from the three-point line.
Hart can't hit.
Given his range, you'd expect him to capitalize on that opening.
Three-pointer is up. Middleton. The rebound by Bridges. And here's Bridges. He'll bring it up for the New York Knicks. And it's time for an injury report.
Thanks. I got some news from Washington's head athletic trainer. They told me it's a collapsed lung, a serious situation, and we're all hoping that he's okay. And for a team with eyes on a championship, this injury could have serious implications. We will see how it affects them.
All right, Allie, thank you. Sadly, that's not the news fans were hoping for, guys.
Definitely not. Seems like he's got a long, tough road ahead of him.
And our hearts go out to him. The guy works so hard. His teammates love him. Coaches love him. He's going to be missed.
Washington leading by 23.
Well, the scoreboard tells you everything you need to know about this one. A great showing here for the Wizards.
And everything seemed to go their way today. They were firing on all cylinders, Grant.
Yeah, B.A., this was the kind of performance you relish as a player. Just a very impressive win.
And this is one of the best teams we have ever seen. 69 wins this year. Wow! And even the opposing fans can't deny this was a sensational game for Jordan Poole.
Efficient productivity. You love what this guy has given to you on the offensive end.
Pass to Anunoby from behind the arc. Sinks the tray.
This is something you're seeing evolve with Mikal Bridges, expanding his playmaking abilities.
Back to Bay. Banked it in off the glass.
What a performance tonight. Getting a win like this on the road is such a boost.
You've got to be able to block out all distractions in enemy territory. This team did a tremendous job staying focused on the task at hand.
So it's the Knicks now, following the score by Washington. Here's Hart. And a foul called on the way up. So he'll take 2 from the free throw line.
Well, there's a toughness to Josh Hart. You don't mess with him from a contact perspective. He will absorb it.
Free throw good. Hart. That one falls, so he hits both of them. 20 seconds left in the fourth. Just let the clock run out.
Hey, it's time to celebrate.
Back to Brogdon. Three-pointer. He drops it from range. Here's Payne. And so it's Washington easily grabbing this one. This one wasn't even close. The hometown crowd was waiting for a miracle that never came.
Yeah, and this team was consistent throughout. They met every challenge, and they earned this dub.
Well, folks, that's going to do it for now. For Grant Hill, Allie LaForce, and Doris Burke, and the rest of our 2K team, this is Brian Anderson signing off. And now let's take a look at our player of the game, Jordan Poole.
And out here getting loose, guys going through some drills. We're almost at game time, folks. The week is starting off right. Monday night, and 2K Sports presents the NBA. This is Kevin Harlan along courtside with Brent Barry and Greg Anthony. We've got David Aldridge on our sideline. Here's a look at what's coming up for Toronto. On Wednesday, they're off to Brooklyn to face off with the Nets. And then on Friday, they'll head home to take on the Charlotte Hornets.
And, you know, nobody loves playing on the road, but it does offer a good chance to see exactly what your team is made of. This team is going to find out a lot about itself over the next stretch of games.
So let's take a look at the Toronto Raptors starting lineup. Barnes and Pirtle make up the inside pair. Then it's Ingram. Then it's Grady Dick. And it's Shed in at point. And for Washington, George is out there with Holmes. Then it's Coulibaly. Then there's Jordan Poole. And it's Middleton in at the small forward position. And on paper, Craig, this might seem like a potential blow, but anything can happen in this NBA.
Kevin, we see upsets happen all the time. It's what makes the sport great. You can't take any team or game for granted.
Count it.
Brandon Ingram's advantage when he's down low like that still comes through in his length.
Now, here's Poole. T right on him. Uses the glass to finish the layup.
Uncovered at the rim, finding cracks in the defense here early on.
Just really smart basketball and exploiting whatever holes that he's seeing right now in the defensive squad.
Now here's Middleton. Taking a look at his numbers, he averages about 7 points a game. Bangs home the trifecta. Middleton's got 6 points.
Well, he's accurate from behind the arc, and there's a reason why Chris Middleton takes a good amount of three-pointers.
Toronto with the ball, following the three-pointer by Chris Middleton. Here's Ingram. And the call on the shot that sends him to the line. It goes on Chris Middleton.
I'll tell you what, he earned his money on that foul.
He's getting his first free throw attempt of the night right now. GA, when it comes to the Wizards, they have a pretty spotty track record over the past decade.
Kevin, it's tough to get things right in the draft. Plus, they have just had poor lottery luck, only selecting higher than 8th once in the last decade. But they have passed on some superstar-level talent.
And Poole plays with that herky-jerky style, tough to time up defensively.
This is his first free throw of the game. And the first one at the line is good. And good on the second, so he makes them both.
And that's the norm for him. He's pretty much automatic when he's at the line.
And let's head over to the sideline and catch up with David Aldridge.
Thanks very much. Brian Keefe gave me a few minutes to catch up. Coach had praise. Told me Scotty's somebody that can do it all. He can score, pass, rebound, and defend multiple positions. And that's rare for a player his age. So, Kevin, Scotty's still growing as a player.
Thank you, David. And that one's good, Barnes.
The defense knows that's where Scotty Barnes does most of his work, but they still can't stop him.
The Wizards with another miss.
Well, if you believe in the numbers, that mid-range shot is not a high-value shot, even with little or no defense on you.
Ingram outside to the middle. Here's Dick. Rebounded by the Wizards. And you want to talk about winning recipes? These guys have 21 wins in a row. That's right, 21.
So few teams in the history of the NBA have ever put a streak like this together, so it's really impressive. My prediction, the streak continues.
A great idea to get your secondary scorers involved early. This helps keep everybody engaged.
Yeah, and he's so-so from there, but when he's hitting from deep, it's a big confidence builder.
Here's Shed. He's defended by Coulibaly. It's good from Barnes on the assist by Dick.
In so many different ways, Dick gets the ball to his teammates, always on time and on target.
We love young Scotty Barnes. He can shoot, he can defend, and he can really pass. Well, he seems like the ideal wing.
Well, there's a lot of things there, Kevin, that are very good. And you don't become an all-star at that position without those kind of abilities. But the responsibility of playing winning basketball consistently, let's see how that plays out for Scotty moving forward.
Here's Ingram. Up again, controls the rebound and puts it back up and in.
And those second chance points really become almost like bonus points when you can get them.
Middleton the pass to Poole. Lets the three fly. No good that time. And Ingram has got the ball here for the Toronto Raptors. Trailing by 2. Ingram can't get that one to fall. Washington has gone 3 of 6, 50% from deep so far tonight. And Poole gets it to go.
And Poole can make some of those inside off-balance opportunities look easy.
And the timeout called by Darko Rajakovic. This will give him a chance to discuss some potential alterations. And the Raptors making a change here. In front of you now is the list of teams that haven't missed many shots at all since the All-Star break. Number 1, the Wizards.
No doubt their offense has really hit its stride. I mean, they're making the extra pass and not settling for that first shot that presents itself. And you see that in their shooting percentage.
.55 seconds left to play in the first quarter. Here's Robinson, and it's Robinson with the jam.
Great pass. Barnes with tremendous feel for the game.
Wizards have gone 6 of 10 from the field in this ballgame. Here's Poole. Good. Poole's got 13.
Flat out taking the game over, and there's no way he's going to give it up.
Barnes left side. Rebound, Washington. This game against Toronto here, it's their first look at the Raptors.
And they won the season series against this club last year, but, then again, so did a lot of other teams.
And it's good for 2.
Boy, has he put his foot on the pedal here this quarter. He's doing a terrific job in terms of leading their offense.
16 seconds left in the first quarter of the game. Barrett with the ball. He's been a nice option for them offensively, and he's averaging more than 17 points a game. Dick can't get it to go. And so it's Washington with their lead standing at 6 points here at the end of the quarter. Their shooting has been the big key. Their percentage from the field so far has been terrific. We'll take a quick break and then back to the action here. And if you're just joining us, we've played through one quarter in this one. And let's quickly check out the scoring breakdown here for the Wizards.
Absolutely dialed in from beyond the arc so far in this one. The defense is surrendering the long-range shot here early on.
So much good energy and flow tonight, and that has really come out of great ball movement. Guys have been open, and as soon as they are, they get the ball.
Smart is out there with Malcolm Brogdon. Then it's Corey Kispert. Then it's Chris Middleton. And it's Champagnie in at the center, locking down the middle. That's the route starting the second quarter for the Wizards. And that one's good, Brogdon.
And this is right around the time when one team might start to pull away.
Yeah, this team is looking to add to the lead, trying to put the other team away, and threatening here.
Onside, Barrett. And foul on the shot. He'll shoot 2 at the free throw line. R.J. Barrett has established himself as a guy who can play a lot of different roles. Brent, a very versatile player.
A versatile player, Kevin, for sure, and the scoring has been there, but I don't think that's what you rely on with R.J. Barrett. You want him to be a complementary player that plays in different positions on the floor to put the defense at a disadvantage. He's that skilled, and he has that ability to grow that way.
And we've got a whistle. The refs are indicating it's a transition take foul. It's going to be a shot and the ball.
It's still early in the period, and they're only 1 foul away from being over the limit.
And a big part of perimeter defense, Greg, avoiding screens. What are some of the tricks of the trade in that regard?
Well, sometimes you have to get skinny. I mean, other times it's using your strength. A lot goes into it. Also, getting a cadence for the screening. It's one of the more challenging aspects of NBA defense.
Now here's Middleton. He has 6, and he's good on the 3-ball. Middleton's got 9 points.
And that's what Middleton is known for, a remarkable outside shooter, and that release got off pretty quick.
And Darko Rajakovic calls timeout. Looking for a breather and maybe just one or two things to talk about. Rashawn Holmes, he's checked in for Washington. Koulibaly comes in for Malcolm Brogdon. And so here's Toronto. 8-point game. Here's Walter. No scoring in this one. Good work defensively by Smart. Pass to Kispert. Back to Smart. The Wizards working the ball around now. Holmes can't get it to go in. Raptors trail by 8. It's Barrett on the wing. Guarded by Smart. Barrett kicks to Robinson. Here's Abaji. And that's good. Robinson picking up the assist. Abaji's got his second basket of the night. Wizards leading by 6. On the wing, Koulibaly lets it go with the 3. It's good from long range.
And that's just really good situational awareness from Smart, realizing someone was open on that possession.
Pass to Robinson. Here's Walter, guarded by Smart. Smart with the steal. And even 3-on-3 break. Here's Koulibaly. Count the bucket, and he's got a free throw coming up as well.
The assist totals, Kevin, just continue to grow. They're way ahead in that category. Ball movement has been flawless.
And that one misses. And Ingram has got the ball here for the Toronto Raptors. They trail by 11. So it's off to Brooklyn after this game as they have the Nets to look forward to. That'll be the second of this 2-game road trip. Now here's Middleton after R.J. Barrett's miss. The shot's good from Kispert.
And they've done well at taking advantage of some late defensive rotations and getting the ball in the paint.
Pass to Shed. Ingram deciding where to go with it. Outside Barrett. Now here is Pirtle. Just 5 on the clock. For 3, Ingram. They get it back. Here's Shed. And again, no good by Toronto. Now Holmes. And Middleton kicks to Kispert. Pass to Holmes. And Pirtle pulls it down. Raptors trail by 13. Guys, they're looking for a way to score here.
Yeah, they've had a tough time taking the lid off.
Now the Wizards with it. They've gone on a 10-2 run, not allowing much. Koulibaly finds Kispert. Gets the three-pointer to fall. Kispert's got 5 points so far.
That's just a lapse right there. No matter what, somebody has to be there and get a hand up in the shooter's face.
And Darko Rajakovic calls timeout. Wants to talk some things over. Might be seeing some things to adjust. So for the Wizards, George is checked in for Kispert. Malcolm Brogdon comes in for Chris Middleton. And Poole subbed in for Marcus Smart. The Raptors also with a sub. Dick's checked in. Nobody near Barnes. Gets it to go from beyond the arc. 7 points in the game.
Every year, Scotty Barnes looking increasingly comfortable shooting from the perimeter.
Here's Brogdon, and he makes no mistake on the slam dunk.
Yeah, I mean, maybe could have tried for a more memorable dunk than that one.
And we know he's capable of those memorable ones. Raptors trail by 15. Barnes left side, sinks the 15-footer.
Just a positive force right now for these guys, and though his team has fallen a bit short, it's not because of him.
On the wing, Koulibaly. He's covered by Ingram. We've got 28 seconds left in the first half of basketball. Here's Shed. And the layup falls. Shed's got his second bucket of the night.
All the way to the bucket, no resistance. Just swipe the candy from him.
Pass to Holmes. And there it is for him.
Yeah, he is sneaky at the rim, lays it in against heavy pressure.
And here's Barnes for three, and that one released in time, but no good. That'll do it for the first half. Wizards out front. They lead by 13. And a chance now to send it over to David Aldridge, standing by courtside. David.
Thank you, Kevin. Here with Chris Middleton. Chris, a big effort from you guys in the first half. How do you keep that momentum going?
Come out with energy, just try to keep pushing the ball and get stops.
We know that's Coach's emphasis, Chris. Thanks a lot. Back to you.
Thanks, David. And we'll be back shortly following halftime to get the third quarter underway.
Hello, everybody. Maybe a bit of a surprise in this one, but what a fantastic first half we witnessed for the Washington Wizards.
They're playing the way they're supposed to. Run the offense until you get a good look. Not complicated at all.
I disagree. Patience and perspective is complicated. That's why many teams can't do it.
And now here's something that's always interesting. Let's see what the fans are up to on social media. Here's a question for Shaq from Denzel MVP. He wants to know, big fella, do you think you would have made the NBA if you were 1 foot shorter?
Wait, hold on. I already know what Shaq's going to say. So I'll jump in and say it wrong. No. With that shooting form, no. Not with that.
Kenny, of course I would have. Not only that, I'd still dominate. I would have played big and taken you to the post, little man.
Well, you can't be 6'1" and posting up guards in the NBA. Come on, man. Be serious.
And that's all for us. Now it's time to send it back to Kevin Harlan for the beginning of the third quarter.
And there wasn't too much drama in the first half, but maybe things will tighten up here in the second. Raptors trail by 13, setting the floor for the Raptors. Barnes and Pirtle make up the inside pair. Then there's Dick. Then it's Brandon Ingram. And it's Shed in at the point guard. Dick with it, defended by Middleton. And contact on the shot, so he'll be shooting free throws here. It goes on Chris Middleton.
And you never want to foul a jump shooter. Dick certainly qualifies as one.
And he makes the first. And both free throws good for Dick.
And you look at Grady Dick's physical gifts, and you see it's all there. Size, length, careful training, and hard work could make him into something special. Another good play. This is how they built the lead, calling on the right guys at the right time.
Basketball IQ is something that gets talked about, but its importance to a team showing up here, running plays that turn into scores.
And that one's good. Ingram.
Brandon Ingram showing off the ways he can score. You know he's playing well when he's this patient to do so.
Poole. Good, and the assist goes to Middleton. And that's 19 points for Jordan Poole.
And they're beginning to just flat out fall apart defensively right now, especially on the interior.
Pirtle, the pass to Ingram. And there's the foul. It's on Coulibaly. That is his first foul of the game. Here in this third quarter, just over a minute play. Down low. Here's Barnes. Pass to Shed. Shot clock at 3. Offensive rebound. And here's Ingram from the arc. That shot, no good.
And you don't want to give up that kind of look too often.
Outside, George. In the corner, it's Coulibaly. From the arc. Buries the long-range jumper. Coulibaly's got 8.
That makes 3 in a row to start the second half.
To the middle. And the dunk by Poeltl.
How about Poeltl, the Austrian Hammer?
And it's Brian Keefe calling timeout here. He's ready to talk things through with the team.
All right, a chance to check out the numbers for Middleton. Breaking down his play since the All-Star break. He's averaging about 7 points a game, 2 assists, and 2 rebounds. And to be honest, not quite the numbers you've come to expect from a player of his caliber.
It's been a bit of a roller coaster, an up and down stretch for him right now, but don't worry, team. He'll be back out there and feasting in no time.
Here's Poole, and he lays it straight in. Poole's got 6 points in the quarter.
And they're forcing the ball inside, and it's working like a charm.
Pass to Ingram. And that one, good.
He just takes advantage of the D in a way that very few players playing today can do.
Here's Poole. It's good, and that takes him to 77% shooting this game, 10 for 13.
He's got a lot to do with the position that they're in. A very smart offensive performance tonight for him.
Now here's Barnes. 9 points in the game so far. Here's Shen. Good, and it's Barnes picking up the assist. Barnes has got his 3rd assist on the night. Washington leading now by 14. 2024, Brent, was a momentous year for Scotty Barnes. His first All-Star appearance.
Well, Kevin, an amazing accomplishment for such a young player, but it feels like we're just scratching the surface. There's been so much exploratory with Scotty Barnes. What I'm interested in the maturation process is when Scotty makes winning the most important thing, where he's pushing his teammates and taking on responsibility. That's when he's going to cross over into superstar.
And Washington making a change here. Pittsburgh's checked in. Then for the Raptors, Abaji's checked in. And Barrett subbed in for Dick. Here's Walter. And Chris Middleton pulls it down. The Wizards have gone 5 of 6 so far from the field in the second half. Tremendous efficiency. Koulibaly, no good. Raptors trail by 14. Onside, Barrett puts it up. And again, Toronto no up.
That's a shocker there. Did not expect him to miss from that range. He's got to be shooting close to 60% from there.
Poole kicks to Holmes. Three-pointer. It's hauled in by the Raptors.
Yeah, the three-pointer has not been his weapon in this one. He had 1 in the first quarter and still 0 here in the second.
Barnes finds Poole. And here's Barrett. Back to Poeltl. The Raptors need to get a shot. Takes a 3. Abaji can't get it to go. Wizards leading by 14. Poole the pass to Kispert. Abaji pulls it in.
Well, mid-range is where he makes the money. So when the D's slow to get out on him, always surprising to see him miss from there.
Here's Walter. Hasn't made one yet. Barrett for 3. Nailed from three-point land.
Yeah, Barrett had some time to focus there, and he made that one count.
The shot and game clock separated by 4. He gets it in there. Poole's got 10 points here in the second half.
Well, that basket must be widening out right now. He's making almost every shot he's putting up this quarter.
And there's the foul. It's on Coulibaly. That's foul number 2 for him. "16 seconds left in the third quarter. Here's Walter. Taking a look at his numbers, he averages about 7 points a game. Pass to Barrett. With 1 on the clock. And that shot was up in time, but doesn't go in. And so it's Jordan Poole making highlights for the Wizards. He got into double digits for the quarter with 10 points total. Back right after this. And we reach the fourth quarter in a game that may be already out of hand. Here's Smart. They've got Corey Kispert. Brogdon out there with Marcus Smart. Then it's Chris Middleton. And it's Champagnie in at the 5, roaming the paint. That's the 5 on the floor for the Wizards. And so here's Toronto. After Malcolm Brogdon's three-pointer that didn't go. Pass to Robinson. Some nice ball movement here by the Raptors. To the inside. Stolen by Middleton.
You can stay active on defense. Good things usually happen. Right there, quick hands help alter what would have been a sure 2 there.
Well, if you don't take care of the ball, fellas, that's what can happen.
Absolutely, Greg. That makes the turnover even more painful.
And the gamble paying off.
And so here's Toronto after the basket by Washington. Robinson finds Barrett. Here he goes. And that's good. Robinson picking up the assist.
Using some muscle there on the finish. I like seeing Barrett be active inside.
It's Brogdon on the wing. The 3 ball. It's hauled in by the Raptors. Fourth quarter still on, just over a minute left.
And didn't do anything fancy there, but didn't need to.
Nope, his only concern right now is getting the points on the board. And I don't mean style points. Kispert with the bucket.
And this is where Smart has really improved. The game's slowed down for him. He's playing under better control. Nice pass.
Here's Walter. Right side Robinson. Baseline try. That's short off the rim. And so it's Brogdon with it. He brings it up for the Wizards. Here's Kispert. It's hauled in by the Raptors. Robinson's got his 4th rebound in this one. Here's Abaji, and he uses both hands to jam it in.
Yeah, he just punched the ticket on that one. That'll get the job done.
Powerful 2-hand jam. And it's Brian Keefe calling timeout here. He knows every possession is critical now. And the Raptors going out now with a whole new group. Time now to turn to our sideline reporter, David Aldridge. David.
Hey, guys, Brian Keefe reviewing the game plan with his team during that last time out. He reminded his team, we're up. All the pressure is on them. Let's just keep playing our game. Makes sense because they've got a nice lead late in this game. Back to you guys.
Thank you, David. 13 feet away. Lands soft on the front of the rim and drops.
He's been a different guy here in the second half. His shooting percentage far better than it was before the break.
Here's Poole. That one goes. Count it. Poole's got 14 points now in the second half.
And it looks like the pool is filling up in a hurry here. He's catching fire, and it's tough to put that one out.
Ingram against Middleton. Pulls it up. And it's Ingram missing. Guys, a good chance for them to slow it down.
Yeah, they definitely should use some clock here.
Here's Poole. And the layup is good. 31 points for Jordan Poole.
Yeah, and Poole does have some tricks up his sleeve. It helps him get around that contact inside.
The three from Barnes. Rebound, Washington. 1:49 left in the fourth quarter. Here's Poole. Basket counts. Poole's got 8 here in the quarter.
They're in total command of this game with time starting to run out.
Yeah, looking for a miracle worker out there is the opposing coaching staff. I don't know that they have one. This game seems to be well in hand.
And now a moment to present the New Balance Player of the Game.
And what an amazing ball game we've seen from him. It's been a one-man show worth the price of admission all by itself. There wasn't anything he couldn't do on that court tonight.
He's played up to his full potential tonight, and he's been playing to the crowd, too. He loves being the star attraction, even if it doesn't happen on a regular basis. .144 left here in the fourth quarter. Pass to Dick. Here's Shed. Ingram outside. Makes it off the glass.
And this is going to end in a lopsided victory. I love the tenacity and aggressiveness as well as the ability to close. You really got to give it up here for the Wizards.
The sheer volume of three-pointers was the deciding factor tonight, it seemed.
Yeah, they sink one and then do it again, and that strategy did work.
And this has been a beautiful thing to watch. This team all season long with a remarkable journey, including tonight. They'll have now won 70 on the year.
And against a conference opponent, always good to take that first win of the season series to establish a psychological edge.
And we watched one guy all night long, guys, and looking at the stats just confirms what a dominant game he had. What a night tonight it was for Jordan Poole.
He was tough to cover all game long. One of those nights when he felt like nobody could stop him, and they didn't.
Here's Ingram after the basket by Washington. Here's Dick. Sinks the triple. 46 seconds left in the game. A drive by Poole. And he uses the glass on the layup. Poole's got 39.
Saw the opportunity to put this away, and you could see the killer instinct take over.
Yeah, up until that point, a competitive game, but once they broke through that barrier, it was all them. Complete control.
Toronto grabs the miss. It's Ingram on the wing. Tries from 16. Rebounded by Holmes. Here's Poole. Driving to the basket.
And you know what? This guy is just a natural-born scorer.
And so it's Washington easily grabbing this one. They poured it on tonight. Dominant showing in front of a crowd that loved every minute of it.
And, you know, this game could really be a defining one for what they can do when they are playing at their best. I mean, being here at home no doubt helps, and the execution was flawless.
Thank you for joining us. That'll do it for now. So for David Aldridge, Greg Anthony, Brent Barry, and the whole 2K Sports crew, this is Kevin Harlan thanking you for being with us. And now, our player of the game.
Welcome to 2K Sports for another edition of NBA basketball. Brian Anderson here. With me tonight are analysts Richard Jefferson and Grant Hill, and our reporter, Allie LaForce. A moment here to see the numbers for Tyrese Maxey.
And he's been outstanding offensively as of late. These last 5 games, he's been a beast at the offensive end. A different level score than he had been earlier in the season. Let's see if he can keep it up.
Now Washington starting 5. Chris Middleton is out there with George. Then it's Jordan Poole. Then there's Bilal Coulibaly. And it's Holmes in at the 5 spot. And for the 76ers, they've got Andre Drummond. Maxey out there with Paul George. And it's Grimes in at the shooting guard. If you like slow-paced basketball, you've come to the wrong place. These teams love to run.
Oh, they love to run. I mean, these teams score a great deal of transition baskets. They want to use their speed, their quickness, and attack the defense before it gets set.
And Washington with possession. And they've been quite the story in the NBA this season. Stringing together 22 wins in a row and looking for more.
And to go on a winning streak this long, it takes more than just talent. This team has tremendous chemistry, and these pieces complement each other so well. It's also about listening to your teammates, your coaching staff, and not letting your ego get in the way of succeeding as a group.
And so it's Poole who brings up the ball for the Washington Wizards. And guys, this is the first they're seeing of the 76ers this year. Here's Grimes, and he'll draw the foul. He'll head to the line for 2. He's getting his first free throw attempts of the night now. The first one falls. And so he hits both. About a minute into this first quarter. Here's Poole. And he's going to the line for 2. The official saw contact while he was going up.
The D has to be more careful because Poole, look, he excels at drawing contact on the way up.
First trip to the free throw line for him in this one. And both free throws good for Poole. We know how great Joel Embiid is, but he simply hasn't been as effective in the postseason.
Part of that is because of all the defensive attention he gets. We know things tighten up in the postseason, and things become much more challenging. That's why he needs a better supporting cast.
And another miss by Philadelphia. And there's the slam dunk to finish it off.
Oh, okay, Poole. I see you hit the finish. He's not just a three-point shooter.
Philadelphia's gone 1 of 2 from three-point land so far. And the jam by Drummond.
His playmaking is something to watch. Threading that pass right in there.
Ooh, he's looking comfortable now. 3 for 3.
They've come out strong. 3 of their first 4 to start the game.
Here's Yabusele. Back to Maxey. And about 2 minutes into the first quarter here. No good on the triple. The Wizards have gone 3 of 4. Off to a nice start. The drive by Poole. Oh, he gets it to go. So far, he can't miss. He's 4 for 4.
Ooh, going to that hole with confidence. Poole converts that contact bucket.
George outside. And here is Maxey. So versatile on offense, averaging around 23.5 points per contest. Washington leading by 3. Seems like this offense is being executed the way it was designed.
Yeah, I'm sure Coach couldn't be happier with the results. Just so successful getting the ball inside and finding those great looks.
So it's Philadelphia now, following the score by Washington. For 3, Maxey. Philadelphia with another miss.
Okay, so if I were to say this was a disaster of a period for him, it would be an understatement. Slump, even for him.
The D hasn't been quick enough to react to the ball inside. That's helped cause this run.
George against Middleton. And Chris Middleton gets the whistle that time. That's his first foul of the game. Kispert's checked in for Washington. .146 left in the first quarter of the game. To halt the run, George, and he converts the layup.
Sturdy play from George in the paint, getting by the contact and to his finish.
Well, Grant, you often hear about how smooth Paul George's game is.
Yeah, I'll tell you this. Young players can learn a lot by watching his footwork. His timing, his ability to find the space he needs, it's just tremendous.
Oh, nice shot by Grimes.
Defensively, you have to stay connected to him on the perimeter.
The Wizards with a lead. Here's Poole. Hey, hangs in midair and converts the double clutch layup. Poole's got 14 points.
And this game has Poole's fingertips all over. This man is dominating right now.
Here's Grimes. Coulibaly defending. Fires from deep. It's rebounded by Washington. And they've been winning at a high level this season. Most games not even close. Their point differential is sky high.
Yeah, a lot of their games have been essentially over by the third quarter. Blowouts, big margins, really astonishing the dominance they displayed over the course of the season. I'm not sure we've ever seen a team so consistently dominant.
Here's Yabusele. Nails it from beyond the arc. He's got 6.
You give a shooter of his caliber that much time to seam it up? Oh, yeah, you're done.
2 seconds separating the shot clock and the game clock. And it's good for 2.
Man, that's now 10 straight points in the paint. I'm not sure what's happened to their defense, man.
Pass to Drummond. Over to the left wing. Here's Grimes. Takes the 3. Oh, he got it up in time, but it wouldn't fall for him. What a performance for Jordan Poole. He's been the story for the Wizards. Oh, what a quarter. He was absolutely on fire offensively. And don't go far. We'll be right back. Hope you've enjoyed the broadcast so far. Halfway through the first half in this one. And taking a look at Washington's performance here. Guys, what have they been doing or not doing?
Well, their offense is clicking so far, capturing the momentum here early on.
Credit the game plan coming in. They've identified some weaknesses, and they are exploiting them.
And so in the game for Washington, they've got Kispert, Malcolm Brogdon out there with Marcus Smart. Then it's Chris Middleton, and it's Champagnie at the center position. And it's Maxey missing.
Outstanding work to send him away. They sniffed that one out.
Brogdon, the pass to Champagnie. From deep. And again, Washington with a triple.
A legitimate threat beyond the arc. Brogdon's sense for when to shoot from there is outstanding.
Pass to McCain. And here's Edwards. Back to Oubre. 5 to shoot. Late clock. The Sixers need to pull it up here. McCain's shot is off.
And the shooter had very little space on that attempt.
I'm sure they'll think twice about shooting against him next time.
Smart for 3. Rebound by the 76ers. They're moving on after the tough loss at the hands of the Pelicans.
On the road, they got owned defensively. They just couldn't match the activity level of their opponent.
Yeah, if you allow a team to shoot such a high percentage in their own building, you're going to have a big hill to climb.
And with both teams fighting for playoff position, this is as intense of a regular season as you'll see, Grant.
Oh, B.A., you can feel what's at stake here in the arena. Both of these teams will treat this like the postseason. The playoffs start now for them.
And let's send it over to Allie LaForce.
You gotta love Tyrese Maxey's approach to the game. He said, quote, "I really have a simple life. I have this joy about playing basketball. I like putting in the work, so I'm extremely focused, extremely competitive, and I'm out here having the time of my life. I get to do what I love every single day, and it's a blessing," unquote. Brian, he's such a positive guy.
Yeah, he really is. Thanks for that, Allie. Things just don't seem to be clicking for them offensively.
Yeah, they really need to find a way to get back on track.
And Philadelphia calls time here. And as the coaches draw up their strategies, the players staying hydrated with some Gatorade. That's key to keeping them at their best all the way up to the buzzer.
It really is. And every one of those players knows it. They're all making sure to stay hydrated. It's impossible to play your A game if you're not getting enough to drink, especially towards the end of games when the physical toll of a long contest really starts to add up.
You cannot play worse offensively, although he's trying, and he hasn't made one shot yet. I feel for him.
Oh, the shot no good by Kispert. 76ers trail by 14. It's George on the wing. The Sixers again can't hit.
I'm trying to think of the last time I saw him miss a shot like that. It's been a while.
Kispert. No good off the front rim.
Oh, I can see some miscommunication on defense there very clearly. They were super fortunate it didn't torch them with that mistake. Let's just say that was an ill-advised pass there. Very close to a turnover.
Here's Yabusele. He has 6. Pass to Maxey. Some solid defense from Coulibaly.
They really have a commanding lead, not just in points, but in rebounds as well.
And the call will be on Corey Kispert. That's his first foul. And with almost all of the season in the books, the power rankings can tell you a lot. Taking a look at Sacramento, they're building some momentum right now and aiming for a spot in the top 5.
Seeing where the Wizards are, they've been such a welcome surprise. Not many people thought they could be this good, but they continue to relish the role of underdog.
Here's Grimes. He's got 5. Pass to George. Launches a 3. The rebound by the Wizards. Holmes has got 6 rebounds in the game. Here's Coulibaly. Back to Kispert. For 3. Drains the triple. Kispert's got 6.
And just not letting up at all. I mean, you have to love this approach. You want to get the ball to the guys who make plays.
This is when good players really get after it. He can sense that they're reeling, and he's going to put his foot on the pedal.
And when you look at the numbers over the last few years, it's clear that George has made a jump as a playmaker.
George, he's checked in for Washington. Poole comes in for Middleton. Now here's Poole. 18 points for him. And that one's good.
And he's coming off a huge performance, and his confidence couldn't be any higher. And his coach knows that, too.
When it ain't broke, leave it alone. Until someone stops him, just let him roll.
That one drops for him. He's got 7.
Getting enough shots in close to play inside out.
Here's Washington now. They're on a 16-6 run. And there's Poole on the assist from Smart. And the Wizards lead by 17.
Their ball movement on this run has been tremendous. It's led to a lot of good, clean, open looks.
Here's McCain. Plenty of contact on that shot. Officials call the foul, and he'll take 2 free throws now. Rashawn Holmes picks one up. Philadelphia shooting their 3rd and 4th free throw shots of the night. First free throw is good. And that one goes in. 2 from the line that time.
And it's a luxury to have a great shooter like him at the line. Very rarely see him miss.
Here's Poole. And he was fouled while in the act of shooting, so he'll take 2 free throws.
There's so much intensity on that interior from Poole. He does not stop.
On the night, he's 2 for 2 at the stripe. He makes the first. Both shots good from the stripe.
No question. Jordan Poole is a true offensive weapon. His next shot never seems far off, and even tough looks can go his way.
Now here's George. Last game with 30. Fires the 3. And another miss by Philadelphia.
And right now, they're +8 in the rebounding category. That's helping them run away with this.
3 seconds separating the shot and game clocks. Knocks down the long J. Poole's got 9 points now in the quarter.
A massive reason they're winning. This guy hasn't missed a shot, not one.
Nice shot by George.
Getting it done inside. You know, I love seeing George be active on the interior.
Here's Poole. That's good. And it's Smart with the assist. Smart has got 3 assists in the game.
And trust me, when the D's slow to react, he'll be the first guy to make them pay.
Yeah, they're going to do a much better job of putting a little bit of pressure on him on his way to the hoop.
And so it's Washington ending the quarter with a 20-point edge. Great team defense on Paul George. They're limiting what PG is doing out there. We'll be right back with you shortly.
Hey, folks, thanks for joining us. It would be an understatement to say it's been a great half for the Washington Wizards.
How about all the points coming off those bench, man? I'm telling you, when you get that kind of scoring up and down the lineup, you can write your own ticket to wins.
Yeah, complete team effort, and they're playing an entertaining style as well. And now moving on to a topic that's relevant to both of these teams, the injury report. Let's take a look.
Just like what I had for breakfast this morning, a big old donut with the big hole in the center of the team. Look, Embiid plays with the edge. Incredibly productive at both ends. Leaves a big hole in the lineup.
And that's it for halftime. Thank you for joining us. We send you back to Brian Anderson for the start of the third quarter.
And with a big gap on the scoreboard, the second half begins with very different goals for these teams. One side trying to mount a comeback, one side trying to protect their lead. One of the stories here, Jordan Poole. Man, is he getting it done today.
Through the first two quarters, he's been on fire.
They don't change their approach in the second half. Let's just say his success will continue.
And as we dive into the second half, we'll find out if the next two quarters are any different from the first two. So far, it's been a runaway. We've got Paul George. Andre Drummond is out there with Maxey. And it's Yabusele in at the 4. That's the group in the game for the 76ers. And so it's Maxey with it. He brings it up for Philadelphia. They'll be hosting Miami for their next game. It'll be the second of 3 straight games on their home floor.
He's a small guy with big hops. Maxey goes up high for that finish.
And what a breakout fourth year for Tyrese Maxey. Named to his first All-Star game in 2024, Richard.
When the Sixers traded away James Harden, it really opened up things for Maxey. Gave him the ball more responsibility, and you know what? He showed up.
This Sixers squad is struggling. Pass to Drummond. Inside. Here's Yabusele. George defending. Launches it. George, no good.
He didn't make them pay for that weak defense, but they just can't rely on him to miss those kind of shots.
Poole outside. Fires for 3. It's rebounded by George. Well, the 76ers shooting just 37% in the game. Gets the 3-ball to go.
The pure shooting stroke of Maxey, gifted at draining it from outside the arc.
It's Poole the drive. And a nice finish on the layup. Poole's got 6 in the quarter.
They have no answer defensively inside.
76ers trail by 21. Maxey passes to Drummond.
Come get it, come get it.
Back to Maxey. Six to shoot. And Philadelphia hits again from deep.
And this has been a nice start to the second half. They're 3 out of 4 in a rhythm on the offense right now.
Here's Poole. Oh, there's a killer 2-hand slam.
I love seeing Poole carve his way inside. He's not just a shooter. He has the speed to put defenses in a bad spot.
Here's Maxey. Again, Philadelphia.
And he has been on fire this quarter in terms of his scoring. Hopefully, that fire spreads to his other guys and they can rally.
And let's swing it over to the sideline and hear from Allie.
Brian, the Sixers' 2 stars make a great pairing. Maxey said of Embiid, since I was a rookie, he's had the ultimate faith and believed in me. And Embiid said of Maxey, he's something else. Always smiling with the same energy. Good games, bad games, always the same. People like that set the tone for everybody else. Brian?
That's a good call, Allie. Thank you.
Watch out when Maxey finds his groove like this. He'll just keep coming at you and at you.
And that one's good. Poole's got 39. All right, I don't want to make you feel too old here, RJ, but you did get drafted back in 2001. What's the biggest change to the game, you think?
Oh, I think without a doubt the physicality and the three ball. Teams are not as physical, and they shoot a lot more threes. When I came in, they were barely shooting them. Now that's all that matters.
And the Wizards making a change here. Kispert's checked in. Out to the wing. Here's Grimes. Pass to George. Over Kispert. Here's the teardrop, and he gets that one. George has got his third bucket of the night.
They finally found their shooting touch after a rough first half.
Here's Poole. Good work there as it goes. And the Wizards lead by 18.
And talk about imposing your will. That's 10 straight points in the paint.
Here's McCain. And Holmes pulls it down. Holmes has got his 8th rebound here tonight. Poole outside. A minute 9 left to play in the third. Laid it in with a nice touch off the window.
Yeah, their defense is starting to wear down. That's 3 straight buckets at the rim.
The 76ers have gotten 6 of 8 shots to go and looking good since the break. Poole against Maxey. Yep, that one's good. Maxey's got 14.
I'll tell you, when Maxey gets into his rhythm, he can go all night long.
And that one's good. Poole.
Their defense just falls apart once the ball goes inside.
76ers trail by 20. Here's Maxey. Oh, a clear foul there on the missed shot. So he'll get a pair at the line. Talking about Tyrese Maxey, Grant, here's a guy who's improved every year.
Yeah, B.A. I mean, from averaging 8 as a rookie to 26 points during his breakout 4th year, Maxey has added to his game every offseason and turned himself into an elite scorer.
Both free throws good from Maxey.
What I love most about Maxey is his aggressive attitude. When he's out there, he keeps his foot on the gas pedal.
And the shot's good. Poole's got 47 points.
And force feeding the ball inside. I mean, no reason to go away from what's working.
Here's Maxey. Ooh, that one makes him 7 for 14. Got a nice rhythm going here today.
Maybe he's playing better during winning time. Silent in the first half, but since then, he has taken over.
Here's Poole. And it's Philadelphia with the rebound. For 3, Maxey. Oh, and the release was before the buzzer, but it's off target. What a performance for Jordan Poole. He's been the story for the Wizards. Over 40 points tonight and making it look easy. And more NBA action on 2K Sports coming your way right after this. And a worthy candidate tonight as we take a look at our State Farm assist of the game.
And the winner today coming from an unlikely position. It's the big fella with the sweetest pass of the day.
I feel like we've seen more slick passing big men in the league today than we've ever seen.
And we reach the 4th quarter in a game that may already be out of hand. So on the floor for the Wizards, Kispert is out there with Chris Middleton. Then it's Malcolm Brogdon. Then there's Marcus Smart. And it's Champagnie at the center position. Pass to Bona. Outside Maxey. Takes a 3. Rebound by Middleton.
And you just can't afford to give up that kind of look very often.
Here's Kispert. Some solid defense from Edwards. 76ers trail by 18. It's stolen away. Here's Champagnie. Back to Smart. Over Maxey. Smart with a bucket. And you look around the league, we're witnessing a changing of the guard, Richard. A lot of young teams on the rise.
I think so. LeBron, Curry can only rule the roost for so long. Eventually, that torch has to be passed.
To the inside. Outside for Brogdon. This one for three. Knocks it down from distance.
Whoa, that man is laser focused. Now, that's bad defense for a team that has a long way to go to catch up.
Effort like this makes you wonder if they've already packed it in for the game, ready to go on to the next. Gotta at least show a little heart out here.
I think he's gone completely dry. Nothing is hitting.
Yeah, and the risk now is that he gets inside his own head. Time to take deep breaths in through the nose, out through the mouth, and let the game come to you.
And we've got a timeout from Brian Keefe. No doubt he's going to utilize the opportunity to make sure they're all on the same page here. So it's both teams making substitutions here. Poole from long range. Another one falls. Amazing.
My goodness. 50 for the game.
Just putting on a show. Pass to Grimes. Back to Maxey. Drummond to screen on Poole. To the middle. Can they get it? And it's Poole with a rebound.
Look, I'll give him an A for effort for trying to dunk through the defense, but maybe he should ease up on that one just a little bit.
Balanced play has given them the lead and also quieted this crowd.
They've played fantastic ball, and you can feel the hush that's come over this crowd.
George feels it out a bit. Uneasy, too, on the layup.
No, it's just ridiculous. He is just an absolute surgeon when he has the ball. This man is surgical. There is no way to slow him down when he wants to score.
Poole. Paul George pulls down the board.
And you don't see that every day. Usually he'll convert when he gets that close to the rim.
George with the block. And so it looks like it'll be Philadelphia ball. Here's Maxey. That one falls. Coming off a Drummond feed. Maxey's got 20.
Continuing to work. No give from Maxey, even amongst the bigs.
The drive by Poole. And down it goes. 2 points.
And it only makes sense to give him the rock again. He put the team on his back all game.
Yeah, just keep feeding him. That guy is a man on a mission. And the defense, well, they don't have much of an answer.
And the whistle blows. It's going to be on Jordan Poole. That'll be a second foul of the game. A new lineup here for Washington. .149 left in the final quarter. Oh, they get a hand on it. It's stolen by Smart. And here's Kispert from the arc. Rebound by Philadelphia.
And he probably thought he was going to bury that one.
Well, Richard, one thing we're seeing an emphasis on by the league, mental health.
I'm surprised it took people so long to understand how grueling of a mental task it is to try and be one of the 450 year in and year out.
That one misses.
Ooh, you hope that leaving points at the line won't come back to haunt them.
And let's face it, this one was never really in question. They came out with purpose and just overwhelmed the opposition. A great win for the Wizards.
And it was a big-time performance across the board. They looked like they were having fun out there, Graham.
Yeah, B.A., it was almost like watching a cat play with a mouse. I mean, they did pretty much anything they wanted to do out there today.
And this isn't something we get to see every day, folks. This team has fought their way wins this year. Unbelievable.
Always good to start a season series off with a W. They show tonight they take this team seriously, and the next two matchups between these two should be fun.
And of all the highlights and performances we've seen here tonight, the one thing that stands out is what an unbelievable night it's been for Jordan Poole.
And he's been a well-oiled machine on offense, keeping things simple on this end, getting the looks that he wanted, knocking them down.
Bay outside. There's the three. Knocks down the triple.
And guys, that's got to be the dagger. This is how you finish a game.
And it felt like they just flipped the switch to go on that run and seal the game. Saving their best basketball for the end. Always smart.
George outside. Pass to Maxey. Just 5 on the clock. Over Smart. Here's Drummond. Rebounded by Brogdon. No need to shoot. This one is done.
Yes, they've got to be happy with tonight's effort. It seemed like he changed his mind during the layup, tried to pull off another shot, and choked.
So we see the Wizards taking the W here. Boy, this crowd has to be shocked by the way their team was dismantled.
Now, shocked and surprised. It doesn't matter what the matchup is. You never expect a road team to just waltz in and cruise to the type of victory like we saw tonight.
Thank you for joining us. That'll do it for now. For Grant Hill, Richard Jefferson, and Allie LaForce, this is Brian Anderson thanking you for watching the NBA, presented by 2K Sports. And we present the player of the game, Jordan Poole.
Thank everybody for watching. As always, like, subscribe, comment, and share. Peace.
Thanks D and everyone for watching. Like, thumbs up, comment, subscribe and share. Victory hand.